Would the members of the Toronto and East York Community Council please come to Committee Room 1? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. If I can ask members of council to take a seat and members of the public to take a seat, we are going to begin the 21st meeting of the Toronto East Shore Community Council. Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your time and attention. And I recognize that some of the councillors are running a little bit late, largely because of an event that we just held, inviting them to meet with the newly appointed president of Ryerson University, who is here, Mohamed Lakshmi, right there. Thank you very much, Mohamed. Thank you. I believe this is your first time in this community council chamber since you were installed. So welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to begin our meeting by acknowledging that this particular community council meets on the traditional territories of the Mississauga of the New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee and the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous people. Members of Toronto East Shore Community Council, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Can I have a mover to confirm the minutes of the meeting from the November 15th, 2016 meeting? Councillor Cressy, thank you very much.
All in favor?
Sorry, all in favor? And so moved. Thank you. Oh, I should probably begin this meeting by welcoming everyone back. It's been a very good holiday. Yes, thank you.
Happy New Year,
You folks
Madam
are stuck
Chair.
with me for the next 2 years until the end of the term. And that's right. You're going to make my life difficult? It can go both ways. Okay. I'm going to make sure that you're in your chair until the end of every single meeting. Okay, so we have a number of speakers who are registered, and you have the lists of the speakers that are distributed on the green paper. We're going to,
24 is our start.
yeah, we're heading into item number 24. You can find that on page 41 on the annotated agenda, and we're just going to proceed. Sorry, excuse me. So beginning on page 41, TE 21.24, appointments to Business Improvement Area Board of Management, just going through the paper. Motion, councillors. Yeah, Councillor Perks. So, all in favor? And so moved. TE 21.25, the feasibility of renaming the park at 45 William Hanscock Avenue, Bob Acton Park. Councillor McMahon, Ward 22.
So can we just stand this down? I have speakers to this. I don't think they're
25.
here. Anyone from the Acton family here? No?
Sure, we can hold that down for
Thank
you,
you.
Councillor. We'll do so in your name. I see that there's also a very long list of communication that accompany that item. So we're moving to page 45, TE 21.26, naming of Fort York pedestrian and cycle bridge as Garrison Crossing, Ward 19. Okay, and all those in favor? So moved. TE 21.27, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, fire routes and 305 Roehampton Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My colleague and I were just discussing something. I didn't even hear what you said. Would you?
That's not a problem, Councillor Matlow. It's item 21.27 on page 46.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I move the recommendation.
Okay, all in favor? So moved. Page 47, TE 21.28, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, fire routes 80 Blake Street and 10 Bopi Avenue, Ward 30.
Move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all in favor? Thank you. T 21.29, University of Toronto St. George Campus, Official Plan Amendment, Application Preliminary Report.
Madam Chair, we have a speaker on that, but I wonder if we could hold that down and have it go with the 10 a.m. items, timed for those items. It's just one speaker.
Okay, there is a, okay, so there's a request to, we're going to have to hold this down for you for the speaker, but we also have to deal with the 10 a.m. items immediately after. What we can do is go through the order paper. If we go through it fairly quickly and we have some time, I suspect we'll be able to dispense with this matter immediately as first item. T 21.30, 18-32 Eastern Avenue, 1 Gillette Place, and 2 Sackville Street, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment Applications, Preliminary Report, Ward 28.
Thank you. To move to the community meeting and also to expand the usual. Yeah.
Yeah, there is an amendment on the screen. All those in favor of the amendment and the item as amended? Thank you very much. T 21.31, 485 Logan Avenue, Zoning Amendment Application Preliminary Report, Ward 30.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's not a speaker here this morning. If Mr. Whitaker is here. He is here, so we'll have to hold that for deputy.
Okay, we're holding item down 21.31, hold down for a speaker. And if you can register, sir, with the clerk, so we will be able to call your name. Oh, sorry, you are already registered. My apologies. We're getting ourselves organized up here. T 21.32, 140 Winona Avenue, Zoning Amendment Application Preliminary Report, Ward 32.
Sorry about that. 32. Geneva.
It's,
Can I, oh, right. Can I move staff recommendation on this, please?
Do you want the expanded?
Yep. And it's already in there.
okay, so there's a motion on the screen from Councillor McMahon. All those in favor, please raise your hand, indicate support, and item as amended. Okay, so moved. T 21.33, removal of accessible loading zone, Rains Avenue, Ward 21.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, as the only item on this agenda, I'm hoping for a unanimous vote.
Do you want recorded?
I won't go for recorded, but I will ask for your wholehearted support behind this
Okay.
item, as it's 100% of my work today.
Thank you very much for all that hard work, Councillor
Lazy,
Mahevik. All
lazy.
those in favor, please? So moved. Okay.
Development applications.
There is no assignment of work, councillors. TE 21.35, construction staging Adelaide Street West, Ward. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Perks. 21.34, construction staging Jefferson Avenue, Ward 14.
Move approval.
Okay. All those in favor? TE 21.35, now we're here, construction staging Adelaide Street West, Ward 20.
I'll move the staff recommendations and thank transportation staff for keeping a separated bike lane as part of it.
Okay, wonderful. All those in favor? So moved. TE 21.36, construction staging John Street, Ward 20.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. TE 21.37, construction staging 112 Parliament Street, Ward 28.
Thank you. I'll move staff recommendations, and thanks for resolving this, although we're not certain about how Parliament Street will work, but we'll try it.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Thank you. TE 21.38, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, December 2016, delegated, and it's in a number of wards. Is that Councillor Fragedakis? Okay, all those in favor? Yes. That is adopted. TE 21.40, parking amendments. Oh, I keep missing the one at the bottom. Okay. TE 21.39, installation of on-street accessible parking spaces, December 2016. They're located in Ward 19 and 32. Any takers, Layton or McMahon, councillors?
Thank you very much. I move staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Adopted. TE 21.40, parking amendments, Boosted Avenue.
I'll move the staff recommendations on Bousted.
Ousted, thank you. All those in favor? And adopted. TE 21.41, parking amendments, Beaconsfield Avenue, Ward 18.
Approve staff recommendations.
Great. All those in favor? Adopted. TE 21.42, parking amendments, Lynn Williams Street, Ward 19.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? So adopted. T 21.43, parking amendments, Cluny Avenue, Ward 27. I will be happy to move and adopt the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Adopted. T 21.24, parking amendments, Ramsden Park Road, Ward 27. And I will be moving a deferral for 2 months, bringing us to the Community Council meeting on April the 4th. All those in favor? Okay, adopted.
Madam Chair, on a point of order?
Yes?
Sorry to do this. I hadn't thoroughly reviewed every item. I'm going to have to ask that we reopen 21.41, and I'm going to have to declare an interest with an abundance of caution, because I literally live around the corner from where this is being done.
Okay, we have a motion to reopen item 21.21. 41, thank you. Parking amendments, Beaconsfield Avenue. All those in favor to reopen, thank you very much. Please note that Councillor Perks has left the room. He's declared an interest.
Should we do a recorded vote?
We can, yes.
You can.
Run home.
I think there's a request for a recorded vote.
To protect his interest.
Okay, so then we'll,
Entirely up to you.
okay, and I think Councillor Bailao will be moving the same recommendations again. Okay, moved again by Councillor Bailao in a recorded vote.
Okay.
All hands up to indicate your support for the recommendations in the report. Councillor Davis? Recorded vote?
You're good.
Sure, I really
You're fine.
support whatever it
You're
is.
fine.
That's right. Okay, I'll read it out loud. Councillor Davis, Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, and Councillor Bailao. Thank you very much. You can ask Councillor Perks to come back in.
The thing is, I don't even have a driver's license.
Okay, so we're now on page 66, TE 21.45, stopping prohibition, Amroth Avenue, Ward 32.
Thank you very much. I move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so moved and adopted. T 21.46, staff control signals, DuPont Street and Palmerston Avenue, Ward 20.
I'm going to defer this indefinitely for the moment.
Okay. All those in favor?
Oh, no, I'm going to bring it back soon.
All those in favor to defer indefinitely? Okay. TE 21.47, traffic control signals, Bermondsey Road and Hollinger Road, North Line Road, Ward 31.
And I will move adoption of the staff recommendations to install a traffic light. It met the warrants.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, adopted. TE 21.48, traffic amendment, Scrivener Square, Ward 27, and I will be moving the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Okay, adopted. Okay, T 21.49, road alterations, Center Avenue and Chestnut Street. That item has speakers. We will hold that down. TE 21.50, speed hump poll results, St. Helens Avenue, Ward 18.
I would need to move the alternate recommendations on this one.
Okay, we'll place the alternate recommendations on the screen. All those in favor of the alternate recommendations, raise your hand. Okay, so adopted. TE 21.51, Speed hump poll results, Russet Avenue
Same
and
thing.
Ward 18.
Same thing, move alternate recommendations. Yep, I'm almost there.
All those in favor indicate your support, and so adopted. T 21.52, speed hump poll results, Albany Avenue, Ward 20.
I'm going to move the alternate recommendations to install humps, please.
Okay. We get the motion onto the screen. Okay.
We didn't have it? Okay, so I'm going to hold it down to have the alternate recommendations motion prepared,
Okay.
unless it can be ready quickly.
Yeah, we'll try to get back to it as soon as there's an opening. So now we're moving on to T 21.53, proposed installation of speed bumps, public lane north of Bloor Street West between Westmoreland Avenue and Dover Court Road, Ward 18.
Approve staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Adopted. 21.54, traffic common, Cruikshank Avenue, Ward 29.
Yep, I'm going to be moving the alternate recommendations, and I think they have them on the screen.
Okay. No, we're going to have to hold that down for you, Counselor. Okay. We'll get it ready. The clerks will prepare the motion, and you can try that at another time. TE 21.55, traffic calming Grant Street, Ward 30.
Yes, Chair, I would like to move the alternate recommendations, but I'm not sure that you got sent them, so I'll have to.
Okay, I'm seeing the head shake from the clerk. We're going to hold that down. Once those motions are ready, we'll try to release it at another time. TE 21.56, vehicle with restriction, Bailey Lane, Ward 22.
I have a confession to make. I thought I knew every single inch of Ward 22 without exception. And I can't tell you honestly where Bailey Lane is. So either there's a mistake and it's in somebody else's ward, or somebody has named a lane in my ward that I'm not familiar with. But I'd like to hold it down temporarily just to discover what the answer is.
Okay, that would be fine. We'll hold that down for you, Counselor. TE 21.57, vehicle with restriction, public lane north of Kingston Road, Ward 32. Counselor McMahon, do you know where that is?
I do know where this lane is. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a name yet, but it will.
But you're on it.
So I move staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, great. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Adopted. T 21.58, dedication of portion of Eastern Avenue formerly closed by bylaw for incorporation to the West Donlands Revitalization Project. That would be Ward 28. Councillor McConnell?
I'll just move staff recommendations, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? That is adopted. And then we have some items that were deferred from the November 15th meeting and also deferred from the October 13th meeting. We may be ready to dispense with them. T 21.
Point of order. We've made a discovery.
You've discovered where that lane is?
Given how wonderful both of our wards are, Bailey Lane is in fact in Ward 32. So I'd like to allow my dear colleague to move the motion.
And I do know where it is, but I wasn't paying attention to it. I'm sorry. And we're off on the ward by 10 wards. But anyways, happy to move staff recommendations. Thank you.
For
So we're
21.56.
just for everyone following us, we're heading back to TE 21.56, the vehicle with restriction on Bailey Lane. It's not in Ward 22, but rather in Ward 32. Staff recommendations are being moved by the local councillor. All those in favor? Okay, that is adopted. Follow? Okay, great. Great,
So you do know every street?
okay.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes.
I will read it out. TE 21.59, Toronto East End streetcar routes, extended peak period regulations. This is in various wards, Ward 28, 30, and 32. Any councillors? Councillors McMahon, Fletcher, and McConnell. Councillor Fletcher?
I understand, Chair, that the Transportation Division was in touch with your office. They have requested this be deferred until February 22nd to allow further consultation and analysis.
Okay, great. Councillor Fletcher has a motion on the screen to defer.
Could I
All
could I
those in
speak to it for a minute? Just,
Yes.
thank you. So this will be the third time this has been deferred. And I think that we really need to deal with it in February. I think this is holding up efficiencies in the transit network. I don't think it's fair to ridership. I don't think it's fair to the community or the BIA. So I really want it dealt with in February.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMahon, and I think that Councillor Fletcher would like to speak to her motion.
Yes, I didn't ask for this deferral. I expected to deal with it today. And I'm sorry, I'm speaking. And staff actually asked to have this deferred after seeing that they may have to make a few adjustments to their original recommendations. So I'm happy, I'd like to have it done, but they actually want it done. So if they need the time, happy to give it to them for a month. But that is them. Were they in touch with your office? They weren't. Well, I'll deal with that later, because Mr. Curtis, maybe he can come down if you wanted to deal with it further, Council.
Okay, so there's a motion. Are there any other speakers to this item? No? Okay, so there's a motion on the screen to defer, and it looks like all the councillors locally are interested in getting this done by February. All those in favor of the motion to defer? Okay, so adopted. Thank you very much. TE 21.60, realignment of permit parking area E5 to exclude the address of 250 Davenport Road, Ward 20.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Okay, adopted. TE 21.61, amendment of permit parking hours, Jackman Avenue, Ward 29.
I believe that you have the motion that to withdraw this item. This is actually improperly before this
Are you
committee.
going to move?
Yes, I'm going to be moving that the item with respect to the amendment of permit parking hours be withdrawn from the agenda.
Okay, there's a motion on the screen to withdraw the item. All those in favor? Adopted. Thank you. TE 21.62, heritage evaluation of 15 Glenmore Street, Ward 20.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. All those in favor? Adopted. Okay. And we should hold that down. TE 21.63, endorsement of events for liquor license purposes, and I will hold that down as the chair. We will dispense with that shortly. I suspect there's still last-minute revisions being made.
And then the next ones are 64 to 75 are on
Okay, great. So items number 21.64, 21.65, I won't read the titles, they're on the agenda, 21.66, as well as 21.67. This is all new business being introduced. I believe that Councillor Fragedakis will be moving to introduce those new items. All those in favor? Okay. So adopted, and should we deal with it now then?
I'm prepared to deal with 64 now.
Okay. And let's go through it. So TE 21.64, authorization to staff to amend Section 37, provisions for 403 to 417, Kill Street respecting community space, Heitzman Place, Ward 14. Councillor Perks?
Move approval.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, adopted. Thank you very much. And so we're just going to deal with the next two items that we've just introduced. TE 21.65, appeal of the denial of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 1595 DuPont Street, Franklin Avenue flankage, Ward 18. Councillor Bailao, are you ready to deal with 21.65?
No, I actually have to hold it. I was just.
Okay.
Yep.
TE T 21.66, nominations for appointments to the Board of Management of the Waterfront Neighborhood Center, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy? That's okay. Nominations for appointments to the Board of
Yes,
Management.
I'll move the recommendations.
Okay, so moving the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor? Okay, adopted. Thank you. T 21.67, Downtown Young BIA 2017 Parklets Program, Ward 27. I will move the recommendations in the letter and note that this is now the 4th year that we have been installing parklets in Ward 27. Okay.
Hey, I wish I
Thank you.
didn't have so many streetcars. I could put them on my streets.
You're done?
Not quite.
Every street I have is a streetcar. Where you want to have something like that.
Got it. Got it, got it. Okay, so T 21.68, parking amendments, Grosvenor Street, Ward 27. I'll be adopting the recommendations in a letter. That has been a motion moved. Councillors? I don't want to use this gavel, sorry.
Use it.
Councillor Fletcher's asked me to use this gavel. If I can just bring your attention, TE 21.68, we're almost there, councillors. Parking amendments, Grosvenor Street, moving the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor, raise your hand to indicate support. Adopted. TE 21.69, nominations for appointment to the Board of Management of the Ralph Thornton Community Center, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher.
I'll move the names in the report, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, adopted. T 21.70, increasing the permit parking supply around Greenwood Rink, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher?
I'll move this. We have a fantastic rink and everybody wants to go there, so the residents are needing some relief.
I concur, it is a beautiful rink. All those in favor? Okay, adopted. And then T 21.71, residential demolition application 106 to 108 Yorkville Avenue, that's Ward 27. I'll be moving the recommendations in the letter, in the report. All those in favor? Okay, so, no to approve. Oh, sorry. No, I'll be moving the alternative recommendations to approve the demolition. Yeah, thank you for asking for the clarification. Okay, TE 21.72, rescinding the 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. parking restriction on Riverdale Avenue, Ward 30.
Yes, I'd like to move this recommendation. That was there for Bridgepoint Hospital shift change, but they no longer have a shift change at that time, so residents have voted to rescind that.
Okay, great. All those in favor? That is adopted. TE 21.73, implementation of permit parking on Dundas Street East between the western branch of Mahan Crescent and Kingston Road, Ward 32. Ward 32, Councillor McMahon. That's okay, we're on item number 73.
I'll blame it on my dad. He came to visit and just showed up, so. What item?
It's item number 73, implementation of permit parking on Dundas Street East.
Okay, I move staff recommendations, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Adopted. TE 21.40, making Salter Street safer. Love the title, Ward 30.
I think it's 74, isn't it? 74.
Oh, 74, sorry. Yeah,
Yes.
21.74.
This is a bit long, but I've been working with staff. This is a landlocked little street with no exit and needs TLC. So thank you very much to Dave Twaddle and his staff for helping with this. Hopefully, we'll get some relief.
Wonderful. All those in favor? Adopted. And TE 21.75, reopening an amendment of item TE 15.44, traffic and parking regulations, West Don Lands Neighborhood, Ward 28. Councillor McConnell?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This has been put on because there was a tiny little piece that was left out of the bylaw in the recommendations, so we're just go back around it again. but it's not a significant difference. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I need to have a motion to reopen, so I guess that would be Councillor
Yeah,
McConnell.
I'll move to reopen.
Okay, all those to reopen the item? Okay, and then Councillor to move the motion?
Yes, I'll move the motion that I'm recommending, which actually has been written by staff.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, adopted. Thank you very much. So now we're at timed items for 10 o'clock. I know that there was a request from Councillor Cressy regarding the item for the University of Toronto secondary plan. Let me just... That is item number 21.29. This is a request to place this item before us now and to have the speaker, is it a short item, Councillor Cressy? Yeah, okay. So then let's call the speaker to,
Madam Speaker, just before you do that, just for a second, we do have two former councillor colleagues that are in the room, and I think it'd be appropriate to acknowledge them. We have Deputy Mayor and former City Councillor Joe Pantalone here. And also a beloved colleague of mine from the old City of York days, 91 to 97, Councillor Joan Roberts, who's here as well.
Great.
Welcome her.
Could I just,
welcome to you both.
Chair, could I just get a clarification on item 2131, perhaps through you, from the clerk? That we have 23.23, 2123 is at 2:30, and then we have ones that don't have times on them. Could those go at any time, or will they be after the 2:30 time slot?
2131 does not have a time
Correct.
slot attached to it, and I believe that's been held down for you, Councillor?
No, I understand that. I'm just wondering if it could go at any time, or we have to wait till after 2:30?
No. If you're ready to release it, we can
No, I'm
address-
not. There's a deputant, so I'd like to be able to let the deputant know if he should come back after
Oh, I see.
2:30 or what, because there's no time here to
That's right.
guide him.
It
So
would-
I'd like your recommendation.
Yeah, no, I think we would be addressing it as we go through the items once again. So
That isn't a timed item.
it's not a timed item.
Okay.
We are now going back to item. Yeah, we're now going to item 21.29.
Gonna be pretty fast.
University of Toronto St. George Campus Official Plan Amendment Application Preliminary Report. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. Great, you've got 5 minutes, Sue, when you're ready to begin.
Is the mic, yeah, the mic's on. This is the beginning of the rezoning of the downtown campus, the St. George campus. And I'm here not in opposition to anything, but to alert the councillors to the magnitude of change that the university is anticipating in the next 20 years, particularly on the southwest side of campus. I represent Harvard Village Residents Association. We are on the west side of the map that I've put up. We flank the university, and we're quite involved in their lives, and they are in ours. You'll hear a lot about the rest of the campus, and there are many good things in the application that's been put forward, including heritage preservation. There's a lot of reasonably considered material that's being prepared for this city and the communities to look at. What we're concerned about is the Southwest Campus, which has been identified as a zone of expansion, the Western expansion, they call it. And we did a walkabout the other day, and it finally clicked in that there's a lot of substandard buildings on campus, and most of them are on the southwest sector. So let me locate you, and I'll walk you from Harvard and Spadina down to College, and you'll see what we're talking about. you have, can you hear me all right? Okay, so starting at Harvard, Benson Building, horrible. The old zoology building is pretty marginal. It's the St. George frame. The next one down is Sid Smith, which is problematic, as we all know. Chemistry is a kind of not a very attractive building and probably is outdated. Certainly it was when I went there. I didn't even go there when you thought I went there. I went there fairly recently. Caught you, didn't I? Nursing building is up for grabs, but that's in the old secondary plan. Then we've got at New College, which is right over here, they want to put in a residence expansion along Spadina, taking out the green space, which we will resist. Then there's infill along Bancroft, there's infill on Russell, and the building at the southeast corner there that's marked in blue, right here, and I don't even know what it's called, but it's a hideous building. It deserves to go. The next building down is pretty disastrous. So they've identified where their problems are. The question is, what is the solution? And the solution they've come up with to date is that they put in heights and then have kind of expansion zones. So there are heights for buildings in the area, and then they put a kind of dotted line and say, we could go up to here, but we promise we won't go up to that height, which is, I think, 88 meters, on all the buildings. So it's vague. It's really vague. What we're suggesting is that the southwest part of campus should be considered, down to Russell Street, should be considered as its own secondary plan, because it's too big. This is too big a program to deal with in one issue, in one piece of legislation, in one process. The other thing we'd like to flag for you is Russell Street and the view shed to 1 Spadina. If you encroach on that view, we will lose a treasure. Both ways. You've got to Simcoe Hall in one direction, which is always already a little bit compromised. But the view of the east side of what's now the architecture building is really gorgeous. There are windows, there's circular, I mean, the architects, yeah, Joe's telling me to stop. We got to be careful. That's what we're saying. Be really careful. We got to be hawks on
Your
this.
final thought, please.
It's over. You had it.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions to the deputant? No? Thank you very much, Sue.
That's it.
Are there any questions to staff on the item? No? Any speakers? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, and I'm going to move expanded notice, if that can be put on the screen as part of this. I'll just briefly say that obviously we have in the University of Toronto a world-class university, and one that is historic and prominent when it comes to St. George campus. It's also, and I say this as the local councillor, a university which is adjacent to a neighborhood, and it's also a neighborhood within a university. And so when you think about a large and significant secondary plan for St. George campus, there's an opportunity here, if we get it right, to do significant heritage preservation and retention, to have enhanced public realm, to see the university's public realm as the city's public realm so that they interconnect, better transit and mobility focused less on vehicular movement and others. But I think what we really need to focus on, and with significant change coming on the West Campus, as our deputant alluded to, is that with change, we need to ensure that there are firm plans in place to ensure that it relates to the neighborhood and the broader planning framework of the city. So it's a large piece of work. We've been at it for more than a year, working with the university, urban strategies, and the community. It's now in city planning's hands with a new planner assigned to this file. And so we're looking forward to carrying on that rather rigorous work in the year plus ahead. And with that, I'll move the motion for expanded notice.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do believe Councillor No, I'm not calling the vote yet. I'm actually acknowledging Councillor Perks, who'd like to speak.
I just very quickly wanted to thank Sue for her recommendation to take down Sid Smith. This will purge certain of my young memories that really need to go, and they occurred much longer ago than you think they did.
Okay. Any other speakers? No? Then we have a motion on the screen. All those in favor? Item as amended? Okay. Thank you very much. TE 21.1. Ready? Bloor Corridor Annex Block Planning Study Official Plan Amendment, Final Report, Ward 20. We do have speakers, and a number of them. David Harrison, Chair of the Annex Residents Association. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
5
Chair.
minutes.
I guess I don't need to say then that I'm David Harrison and Chair of the Annex Residents Association. And sitting with me is someone that you may have met before, Sue Dexter, who is from the Harvard Village Residents Association. And we are also representing this morning the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization, who unfortunately couldn't be here. We've been active participants in the working group established by Councillor Cressy in 2015, working towards the Bloor Corridor Annex Block Study and the development of the proposed amendment to the Site and Area-Specific Policy Number 344 of the official plan. This covers the lands on the north side of Bloor Street between Walmer Road and St. George, all within the annex neighborhood. The working group comprised the councillor and his staff, city planning and heritage staff, the Annex Residents Association, the 95 Prince Arthur Committee for Responsible Neighborhood Development, who you will be hearing from after us, Huron-Sussex Residents Organization, and the Harvard Village Association. The group was primarily established in response to an application at 316 Bloor Street West, which is at the northwest corner of Bloor and Madison, for a 42-story mixed commercial residential building. The ARA and other community groups found this to be totally inappropriate for the neighborhood in terms of height and massing. This became a particular concern in light of adjacency issues related to the West Annex Heritage Conservation District, Phase 1, Madison Avenue. Also, the unit plan for the largely studio and one-bedroom units makes no provision for families in a neighborhood with an extensive and growing family demographic. Other development applications in the planning area are expected to emerge soon. The ARA has been focused on development in this area dating back to 2007, when it was an active proponent of and participant in the Bloor Corridor Visioning Study, which you may remember was coordinated in large part by Jennifer Keesmaat. That work led to OPA number 98 that Council adopted in 2009 as the Site and Area-Specific Policy 334. That policy called for the gradual reduction in building heights from Bloor and Avenue Road to the Spadina Node and westward towards Bathurst Street. The ARA and our neighboring associations are not NIMBY. We fully accept that densification and intensification, particularly at transit nodes, is the responsible way forward to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, other pollutants, and congestion. These problems are costing the GTA billions in lost productivity each year. And so far, we've worked successfully with developers in the annex to strike a balance between density and human scale, heritage preservation, and quality of life in our neighborhood. Most recently, I would say at 250 Davenport and for the several developments along DuPont Street. This is why we've been proactive in working with city planning staff and the working group on the Bloor Corridor Annex Block Study over the past 2 years. We would prefer lower heights than recommended for the Bloor and Spadina intersections, but recognize that the desired goals of the provincial policy statement require compromise, and we accept the recommendations in the staff report. However, we are not yet informed as to the specific plans for the extension and redevelopment of the Tartu College site and the property owned by the college at 11 Madison Avenue. Despite requests, we've not been able to obtain concrete information on what is being proposed, and we are therefore reserving judgment on this aspect of the OPA until such information is provided to us. With that reservation, the ARA and the HVRA and the HSRO support the recommendations in the staff report, final report, Bloor Corridor Annex Block Planning Study. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Sue, do you have any comments to add? Me too. Okay, great, thank you very much. Okay, any questions to the deputant? No? Okay, so our next deputant will be Joan Roberts of 95 Prince Arthur Committee for Responsible Neighborhood. Okay, if you want to take a seat, and then you have 5 minutes. The clock is on your left-hand side.
Right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am the chairperson of the 95 Prince Arthur Committee for Responsible Neighborhood Development. 95 Prince Arthur Avenue is a 212-unit condominium apartment building a little over 25 years old. It's 1 block north of Bloor, between St. George and Huron Street. As the chairperson of this committee, I participated on the working group for the Bloor Corridor Annex Block Planning Study and kept our condo members informed of the working group's progress. Our community wants our city and neighborhood to remain a livable city rather than just a dense conglomerate of a lot of buildings that are really just cash boxes in the sky. In general, 95 Prince Arthur Committee shares the position of the Annex Ratepayers Association. We too prefer lower heights than recommended for the Bloor-Spadina intersections, but recognize that we need densification and intensification. So we accept the recommendations in the staff report. However, I and the committee has one issue, and that is that late in the process and in the planning report, the Bloor Corridor Annex Block Study became focused just on the Spadina node. And the Spadina node became Walmer to Madison Avenue. However, the study originally went to St. George.
I just didn't see.
And as we live between Huron and St. George, any intensification on Bloor Street really impacts our building. We have mature roof garden with trees over 25 years old on our roof garden. So our building has been in the forefront of environmental sustainability in buildings throughout its history. And we want to preserve our trees, et cetera. There is possible development outside of Madison Avenue. The TAR 2 site has talked about some development. Beside that, the church congregation at Bloor Street United Church have made attempts at organizing a development application. Across from that site, at the northeast corner of Bloor Street and Huron Avenue, the site of the Toronto Baha'i Centre and the building behind it, the LKPC and the New Hope Fellowship, would be easily assembled for development. Without the same height limitations, a 20-story height limitation extended to St. George as originally planned, we risk being in the same situation in the future as we were with the application for 316 Bloor Street West. What we fear even more than having a development application emerge on the parts of Bloor Street not included in this study is being told by the planning department in the future that the heights for this part of Bloor Street were addressed by the report. As they are not included in the proposed OPA, the permitted heights on Bloor Street outside the Spadina node remain murky. I'd also like to say thank you to our councillor Joe Cressy and his staff, in particular Colin Burns, and the planners Rong Yu and Barry Brooks for their hard work and diligence working through the various issues that emerged during the process. We also know that the planning department is severely understaffed, and we learned about that a lot through this process, and we support that this be addressed in the budget process. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions to our speaker? Yes, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you so much for being part of the process and being here. I just wanted some clarity, because I'll pick it up in questions to staff. The concern as it relates to the lack of specificity you have of heights, is that you feel that the node at Spadina and Bloor, which is then further articulated to transition down, that you would have preferred to have seen on each property a specific height proposed along the northern portion, as opposed to setting the peaks with the transition expected thereafter?
Yes, we expected, like in 2016, that in line with the Bloor Vision Corridor study, that the heights along Bloor Street to St. George would be low like the height at Madison Avenue. It would be in, the same, so that it would transition up to one Bedford, as the Bloor Vision Corridor study said. But right now, without anything being there, an applicant could assemble the property, or a current owner could knock down, like the Medical Arts Building, that's now the Humanities Building of U of T, and which is only 10 stories or so, and could apply to be 4042.
Okay, so I'll pick that up with staff. I will say the understanding of staff and myself is that the policy does speak to that, but I'll pick that up in questions to staff specifically.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Riva Landau. Welcome. You have 5 minutes and the clock is on your left.
Thank you. I'm also a unit owner at 95 Prince Arthur Avenue, which, in case anybody was wondering, is 8 stories high. So we're not one of these buildings who say it's okay for us, but not for anybody else. I'd also want to say I agree completely with what Joan Roberts said. I just want to elaborate on a couple of the points and make an additional point. I also want to say I've read some of the submissions by representatives of the building owners on the corner, and I know they say where Spadina and Bloor is a subway stop and therefore ripe for intensification. But anybody who's actually taken the north-south or east-west subways at Bloor and Spadina knows it's already filled to the limit as it is. And they also know there are also other buildings being planned, for example, on Spadina Avenue, which will add to the limit. My first concern relates to clarity of how far the 25-story node at the corner of Spadina and Bloor extends. The report says the height peak within the Spadina node will be limited to the northeast and northwest corners of Bloor Street West and Spadina Road. Very good. It goes on at page 14 to say the properties within the height peak are 328, 332 Bloor Street West and 342 and 350 Bloor Street West. But then it goes on to say the properties adjacent to the height peak, 360 Bloor Street West and 316 Bloor Street West, which is east of Spadina Road, will have a maximum height of 20 stories. But 316 Bloor Street West is not adjacent, as the term is generally understood, to 328 Bloor Street West. The buildings adjacent to 326 Bloor Street West are from west to east, 326 and 326.5 Bloor Street West, 324 Bloor Street West, 322 Bloor Street West, and 322 Bloor Street West, which has the wine rack at street level, which might make it more familiar to some people. So, and I'm sure many of you are familiar also with Noah's, which is in that area also. Now, the planner said to me, he said adjacent, not abutting. I think the general feeling, most people would say adjacent means next to. So we know 328 to 332 is 25. We know 316 is 20. What is in between? Well, the planner said the assumption is that in between will remain at the level it is now, and that there'll be no height increase in that level at all. Well, if that's what is meant, I think the term adjacent should be removed, and it should refer to 316 being near at the opposite end of the block. And I think it should put in something about the buildings not covered remain at the current level. I think as it is now, it's confusing. Anything that's confusing can lead to litigation. And there are many things I'd rather city council spent money on rather than litigation. So I think it has to be clarified what's being proposed, and I think it has to be amended to make it clear. Personally, I do not want 26 stories to extend for most of the block. I realize that there has to be a separation interval, but I don't think it's good enough to rely on the separation interval because we don't know how things will be changed. The second point is, as Joan Roberts said, Madison Avenue to St. George Street. And the reason I'm concerned about that is because St. George and Bloor is a subway stop. The tall buildings downtown guidelines say subway stops can be an additional 10 stories, and they also say that the general height restriction in this area is 15 to 25 stories.
Riva, can I get your final thought?
My final thought is I want it to be clear, as Joan Roberts said, that it's no higher than 20 stories all the way to St. George, because I think it's unclear with the contradiction with the downtown tall buildings guidelines.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the speaker? Councillor Cressy?
Just one, and it's specifically relating to the peak at the node. So you're aware that the OPA here defines the node as having Spadina and Bloor frontage?
It defines the node as having Spadina and Bloor frontage, but it doesn't define what happens after that. And I believe the node is also going to include Pizza Pizza.
But just specifically in defining the node, because there are property owners who would define the node as going as just having Bloor frontage and Madison. And what this specifically does is define the node where the peak is as having Spadina and Bloor frontage.
Well, in that case, I think you should look at the street numbers you reference, because I believe one of those street numbers in the node is which is the Pizza Pizza property, is just on Bloor and not on Spadina.
No, it's just, but the node is defined in terms of where the peak at 25 is. Okay.
It says the
Thank you.
properties within the height peak, 328 to 332 Bloor Street West, are permitted to have a maximum height of 25 stories. I believe that includes the Pizza Pizza, which is not at Spadina and Bloor.
But just to clarify,
So I'm saying you now have a contradiction.
well, I'll clarify with staff.
Okay, so I'm saying...
Staff and I do not believe there's a contradiction, but I'll clarify with staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Alexa Gura. Okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Alexi Garov, Sweeney & Co. Architects, Inc. On behalf of the owners of 342 and 350 Bloor Street West, we are before you today to express our serious concerns in opposition to the official plan amendment before you today, not only as representatives of our clients, but also as concerned local design professionals. We have on several occasions made our concerns known to city staff. We have attended public meeting in June of 2016. We sent a letter of concern in July of 2016, and we met with city staff in September of 2016. It was our understanding after the meeting with city staff in September of 2016 that the proposed height cap of 25 stories was only going to be applied in the zoning and not part of the official plan. This is no longer the case. Unlike other parts of the city, this area is already covered by at least 6 existing in-place policy documents, 5 of which are recent policy documents. We believe that these policy documents provide more than sufficient urban planning, urban design, and heritage rationale and direction for all of us to understand. These policy documents are the City of Toronto Official Plan, Site and Area Specific Policy 334, Official Plan Amendment 199 in regards to the protected heritage views enacted in April of 2013, the Bloor Corridor Urban Design Guidelines, also in 2009, the Downtown Tall Building Guidelines of July 2012, and bylaws 1105, 1106, and 1107 of 2016, the downtown tall building setback area, which were enacted in October of 2016. All of these proposed policies of the official plan of the official plan amendment are repeating and in many cases contradict already existing policies which have been approved by the City of Toronto. In addition the addition of another policy document will not, in our opinion, contribute to greater clarity or precision to the approvals process. The proposed official plan amendment only serves to duplicate 6 already existing policy documents and in some cases contradicts elements of those previous policies. For example, the official plan amendment suggests the cap height of 25 stories, while the Site and Area Specific Policy 334 and the Urban Design Guidelines suggest that the Spadina node is a height peak and a significant building height can be located at the northwest corner. Moreover, the Tall Building Guidelines suggests heights up to 25 stories, with additional 10 stories where a subway station is located. In regards to protected views from Knox College, the official plan amendment repeats already enforced policies that are already in place in the official plan under Site and Area Specific Policy 334 and official plan amendment 199. During the public presentation done by city staff in June of 2016, the model that was presented to the public was inaccurate and incomplete in that only 2 of the 4 protected views were shown and they were taken in the wrong locations. We believe that the proposed official plan amendment is not in the public interest, is not good planning, and is putting an unfair and unnecessary burden on the owners of 342 to 350 Bloor Street West. All of the policies to date encourage intensification and at the intersection of Bloor and Spadina, and even more so on the northwest corner. By proposing a height limit of 25 stories, City Planning and Council have not demonstrated that allowing higher levels of intensification at this location would be detrimental to the public interest or inconsistent with existing city policies and guidelines. We understand that city staff and the councillor are attempting to clarify policy in the area. However, the proposed official plan amendment is doing the exact opposite. The policy and guidelines in place are very clear on this topic. Growth, intensification, and height are encouraged at this intersection, and even more so on the northwest corner. The site is not only located at a transit station, it is located at a transit hub. There are 3 higher order transportation corridors that meet at this location. The proposed official plan amendment would be detrimental to the future of development at this intersection and on the northwest corner. This would lead to underdevelopment of a major transportation hub, a practice discouraged by provincial and municipal policies. This could also lead to the breaking down of the in-place policies due to inconsistencies in the proposed official plan amendment.
We'll need your final thought, please.
Yeah. If this happens, it is likely that taller and even more aggressive proposals would arise. We urge city staff and community council to reconsider or at the very least re-examine the direction of the official plan amendment in light of these very serious concerns. Thank you for your time. Please feel free to take a look at our letter of concern and the presentation materials that we showed city staff in September.
Thank you for your deputation. I believe you have questions from Councillor Cressy.
Just a couple questions, clarification. So does your client oppose the creation of a Bloor corridor block plan or just the height limits proposed in this one?
They do not oppose the Bloor corridor, the study. We just would request more flexibility in the height limit. We don't.
So what height limit would your client propose?
At this stage, we believe, and through the studies, the view studies we had done and shown city staff, we believe that as per the tall building guidelines, the range of 25 to 35 could fit and not affect the view to Knox College. And we believe that the difference of the impact between a 25 and 35-story tower can be negotiated.
Yeah. Okay. In my 2.5 years here, I've yet to hear from a property owner who wants less, not more height, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, remember this moment, our next speaker is Aaron Platt. Do we have an Aaron Platt? Okay. Hi, Aaron. You have 5 minutes.
I'm going to be extremely brief. I represent the owner of the building in the center of the block between Madison and Bloor. My client is an owner who it was out of the country, unfortunately, and we did submit a letter. It was a little late coming, so I notice it's not in the packages, but it has been circulated through the clerk's office. And my comments, I think, speak for themselves. I echo some of the comments of the other landowners in the area, specifically as related to the lack of the need for the level of specificity that is in the report. I agree with some of the comments of the previous speaker that perhaps setting such precise and prescriptive limits at this time without the appropriate studies being completed is a little bit premature. In particular, as related to the designation of particular development sites for tall buildings when applications haven't been filed and the other relative elements of the application haven't been studied. So it's one thing to designate a tall building site where you have a zoning application present and the other studies and other departments of staff have reviewed the matter comprehensively. It's another thing to designate a tower site on a site where there is no application pending. But I believe the comments in my letter will speak for themselves, and I know you have a busy agenda, so I decided to keep matters brief.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Cressy?
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Our city has a long tradition of doing block planning and identifying where heights and peak heights could be. Is it the position of you and your client that we should not be doing block planning to identify where peak heights should be?
That is not precisely what I'm suggesting. I believe block planning is a valuable exercise. I've had other clients involved in block planning exercises.
So it's just that block planning shouldn't identify the spaces where peak heights take place?
I believe the level of specificity that is used in the report to designate a particular site is too specific given the limitations that the official plan document gives for that location and the other constraints for the property.
Well, I would say that's the intent. You just don't like the details.
I'm going to suggest that my letter speaks to a number of those issues, and I'm more than happy to have a further conversation with staff, and so is my client, but I believe there's some other constraints that haven't necessarily been documented or studied appropriately that limit the ability to so constrain one particular portion of the block in favor of another.
Sorry, which studies haven't been done?
I have not seen from the report and materials that I've seen, I have not seen whether or not certain, I would call them infrastructure-related studies and transportation-related studies have been properly assessed to determine the location of certain tall building sites that have been specifically designated by address.
So I just want to understand that. You're saying that this block plan and the identification of peak heights it should not be considered because of transportation studies weren't done?
I'm not suggesting that peak heights can't be designated. I'm suggesting that the language in the policy is extremely specific. I am suggesting that I can certainly understand why staff wants to have peak heights in one place and another because of other particular concerns, for example, tower separation. So I'm not raising an issue there. What I'm suggesting is that there is a certain level of specificity in the instruments that are being proposed that is not necessary to protect the interests of staff and the city.
I understand that, but you said part of the opposition was that some studies weren't completed and thus they shouldn't be considered. And I'm trying to understand what studies weren't completed.
Well, I'm not sure. It appears that, for example, all the loading for one of the towers is to be done through a public or private laneway. There is no public or private laneway on that block.
Okay, so the study that you feel hasn't been considered as part of this is a loading transportation study?
Loading, for example, that would be one of them. I'm not sure how you would load a tall building at a...
I'll ask staff to speak to our considerations of transportation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, are there any other speakers to the item? No? Okay, so we'll bring it into council. Questions of staff? Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions of staff. So let me begin with on this stretch of Bloor. The Bloor Corridor Visioning Study, which was adopted by Council in 2009, talked about general height transitions from east to west and then peaking back up at Spadina, but it did not identify specific heights. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so Can you describe the Bloor Corridor Visioning Study in terms of what type of height transition we were looking for? Where were the peaks intended to be, and where were they intended to go down and up?
The peaks were intended to be at the northwest corner of Spadina Road and Bloor Street West, and they were to descend to the east down to Madison Avenue.
Do you find it too disruptive?
Is it a fire alarm?
Do you want
We actually, sorry for interruptions, Councillor Cressy. There is a high-pitched sort of constant beep. If some of you can hear it in the committee, it may not be picked up on the audio. I think members of council are finding it rather disruptive and distracting. Someone has been deployed to go find a technician to help us out. Okay.
I'm comfortable to continue asking a question, but if it's too hard for others.
I'm also comfortable to continue. I believe that we have technician coming to sort this out shortly. Staff are able to proceed?
I'm ready to proceed.
Okay. I would just ask the chair, forgive me, the timing has kept going, and if you could give me a little leeway.
I will add another minute to your time.
Thank you. So then just to clarify, the Bloor Corridor Visioning Study passed in 2009 looked at the peak height being at Spadina and Bloor, transitioning down and then slowly transitioning back up closer to St. George where One Bedford is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But the Bloor Corridor Visioning Study did not specifically articulate what the appropriate heights would be. Is that right?
That's correct, at the request of the residents that were involved in the study.
Okay. Then, so that's the general height transition previously discussed. It previously talked about the Bloor Corridor Visioning Study, the node being at Spadina and Bloor, but it did not define the exact frontages required to be the node. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you describe the changes here, first of all, in terms of the node and what has been adjusted in this policy and how that relates to where peak height could be?
Well, the node at the northeast corner, for example, involves frontage on Spadina Road on to the west and Bloor Street on the north side of Bloor Street, and involves, we've recommended two properties, the Scotiabank and the Pizza property, addresses being 328 to 332 Bloor Street, and access could be gained either from the east or west to the rear of that site, those two sites combined, to create a tall tower.
So just to zero in there then, in effect, and what has been articulated in this OPA is that the node requires Spadina and Bloor frontage, so that a property on Bloor closer to Madison but without Spadina frontage could not make the case for that peak height. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. This further, how did you arrive at the proposed 25-story height limit at the node that has Spadina and Bloor frontage? How did the city, with its professional recommendations, arrive at that peak number?
Well, basically, we looked at a number of factors. We looked contextually what's existing in the area in terms of the existing heights of towers. We looked at the 360 Bloor Street West, which is the Shoppers Drug Mart, which has a 19-story tower on it. We looked at the Tartu College, which is the northeast corner of Madison and Bloor, 18-story tower. We did a view corridor analysis from one Spadina circle, which is the Knox College, to see what would come up into the view corridor on the east and west side of the roof line of that historic building. We looked at what we felt was appropriate in terms of what had been looked in the past in terms of the tall building guidelines and the secondary review of those, which recommended a height limit of 15 to 25 stories.
Okay. I'm going to have to pause you there just on account of time. So in considering the peak height, you looked at the heritage implications of the view corridor, contextually appropriate as it relates to other buildings in the area, but also adjacency to neighborhoods as well as green space. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Specifically, some of the questions have been raised around if we've identified the height at the peak at Spadina and Bloor, and we've then thus identified what we would like to see as the peak height immediately east at 316. Does this leave us vulnerable or open to different interpretation about what heights could be extending further east? How does this policy now speak directly to those transition and heights?
Well, the supplementary guidelines to the tall building guidelines specify 15 to 25 stories in that area. That's east of Madison and, actually right from the corner of Walmer Road all the way over to St. George, 15 to 25 stories. So basically, we think it's appropriate to leave that alone at this stage.
But can I just clarify, those are the supplementary
guidelines to
guidelines that speak to that. But with this official policy statement and with the transitions, would we not expect that continued transition shaping down, heading from west to east and east to west towards the nodes?
It's possible, but we don't anticipate at this point applications that would be going much up higher than what's specified in the supplementary guidelines, and there's heritage protection for a number of those buildings in that area, including 300 Bloor, which is the Bloor United Church. And basically, we feel that there wasn't a need to put a stronger height regime further east of Madison, that the intensification should take place at the northeast and northwest corners of Bloor and Spadina, where the hub is, and that taking as far as Madison with an increase of height over what's existing under the zoning bylaw was sufficient.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'm conscious that I've overused my time. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? No. To speak. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. Well, let me begin. First of all, I will be moving the staff recommendations. And let me speak a little bit in terms of the background and where we are and the hard work that's been done as part of this. Working with the community, when our office initiated this Bloor Block Plan in June of 2016, it was in response to increased pressure we see happening in downtown. And it was in response because we recognize that if we're going to continue to intensify, as we believe we should in parts of downtown with access to transit, we need to be more proactive in terms of what we would like to see as opposed to being driven and guided based on what property owners would like to see. Now, the Bloor Corridor Visioning Study, which was established in 2009, led by the community and the city, that was done proactively. And it was an extremely important step, that Bloor Corridor Visioning Study. What we're trying to do here is to strengthen it, to provide greater specificity, because while we continue to update studies and guidelines, property owners continue to come to us and tell us they don't apply. Well, we use our professional judgment and our professional expertise to put in place a vision that we think applies. What we've done here is say the following. One, Bloor and Spadina can handle intensification. There are many who would like to see things that are lower. There are many property owners who would like to see things that are much taller. But we've looked at the entire weight of evidence in front of us to say what is appropriate here thinking to the future. What are the appropriate heights on the basis of heritage and view corridors? We've updated that taking into account Knox College and One Spadina. What are the appropriate heights in relationship to adjacent neighborhoods? What are the appropriate heights in relationship to adjacent green spaces or nearby green spaces? And what are the appropriate transitions to guide the peak heights coming down so that we're not planning on a property by property basis, but rather we're planning on a district-wide, street-wide basis? And moreover than that, how do we ensure that we do not end up with walls and walls of buildings, rather contextually appropriate with proper separation distances? That's what this study speaks to. It's the really hard work that our community has done to say, how do we proactively talk about what we're prepared to build 50 years from now or 20 years from now? But I think what's also critical as part of the Bloor Annex Block Plan is that it doesn't just speak to heights and built form and separation distances. It critically speaks to how we work and live at grade. And that's the public realm considerations here that has gone in depth around widened sidewalks, looking at potential parkettes or pop spaces at the corners, looking at mid-block connections to connect to adjacent spaces and green spaces. That's what we've tried to do here. Now, the process, this is the hard work of rolling up your sleeves. I want to thank our deputants here tonight and all those who aren't here today for their hard work. We've had 3 residents associations working on this for over a year and a half. We've had a subcommittee from 95 Prince Arthur. We've had public consultations. We have had city staff from city planning, heritage, and urban design do exceptional work, and I want to thank Barry Brooks in particular for all his hard work on this. That's not easy work. It's often easier in our communities to fight against to say no and fight against what we don't want. It's much harder to come together and say, what do we want? And how do we build towards that? That's harder consensus to build. And it's never perfect. It's never perfect. But this is the proactive work that's incumbent on us in downtown if we're going to continue to intensify so that it's based on our vision. I will just say that amidst the increasing pressure in downtown, that this, I think, the Bloor Block Plan and the work that's gone into it is a model for how we must continue to do this work together. Nobody thinks this is perfect because, well, we're never going to do that when we're fighting for yes. But it is much, much better than where we were, and it's going to help to ensure that we guide and manage change on Bloor for the next generation in a positive way. And with that, I'll move the recommendations, and I will just note the Annex Residents Association's reserving judgment as it relates to 9 Madison and 11 Madison in the property. And I will say that I agree with them reserving judgment until we've finalized those plans, which I believe will be coming forward soon to a meeting on it. And with that, I'll move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. If there are no questions of the mover and no other speakers, the recommendations from staff are before you. All those in favor? So adopted. Okay, so TE 21.2, and we have this item before us now. That's 260 to 270 and 274 to 322 King Street West, part lot control exemption application, final report, Ward 20. Are there any speakers to this item? Okay. No speakers to the item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Anyone to speak? Councillor Cressy?
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, staff recommendations are before you. All those in favor? And adopted. Moving right along, now we're picking up steam. TE 21.3, 1624 to 1630 Queen Street East zoning amendment application, final report, Ward 32. We have one speaker on this item so far, that's Louis Tinker. Louis, welcome. Nice to see you. You will have 5 minutes, and the clock is on your left-hand side.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to this item. I'll be very quick. I'm here on behalf of 1630 Queen Developments Limited to endorse the staff recommendations in their main report and also their addendum report. The proposal includes is for a 6-story mixed-use building with retail at grade and residential uses above. The proposal conforms to the recently adopted official plan amendment that applies to this stretch of Queen Street in the beach. It limits the overall height to 6 stories. It is also consistent with the urban design guidelines, again adopted for this stretch of Queen Street between Coxwell and Nursewood Avenue. In particular, it respects...
Louis, if I can just ask you to hold, I'm going to ask members of council and staff and the public to keep your voices down so we can hear the speakers. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. As I was saying, the proposal is designed to be consistent with the urban design guidelines for this stretch of Queen Street between Coxwell and Nursewood Avenue. In particular, it respects angular planes from Queen Street and the rear property line. It will result in widened sidewalks along Queen Street and will facilitate public realm improvements along this stretch of Queen. There's been 2 community consultation meetings around this application, a regular community meeting earlier in 2016 and a subsequent open house. We'd like to thank staff and the local ward councillor for all their work on this application, and we ask that you adopt and move the recommendations from city staff.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to our deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Okay. Councillor McMahon, I don't think you can go away. We're going to need you right now. Bringing it into committee.
Actually, there are...
Oh, sorry.
just appears to be some procedural confusion about how to register for this.
Okay, so if you're looking
Would
to
like to speak.
register, the clerk is right there. If you can, how many other speakers are there? I see three other speakers. Okay. Let's get one of the speakers to the front of the room. We can get you speaking and have you registered afterwards. And those other speakers who are waiting to speak, please see the clerk, and we will take your name and call you up shortly.
Apologies, sorry about that. I'll go first because I have a baby waiting at home and I have to go.
If you can just clarify, are the three speakers, are you speaking together, all the two of you? And then-
Probably together.
Okay. And you're taking 5 minutes each, or are you combining your time?
5 minutes each would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, it is yours.
Okay.
If you can start with your name as well.
My name is Corinne Mehagan. I live directly behind the proposed development with my husband and my baby. The condo's northeast side, where there are no balconies, is facing our backyard. That main wall and the windows are 7.5 meters from our property line. So I'd like to comment on the loss of our sky view, sunlight, and privacy. Our principal living spaces are the rooms at the back of our house, each of which has windows facing into the development site. That's our living room, our baby's room, office, bathroom, and back deck. Privacy concerns mean that blackout window coverings will have to be installed, which will further reduce the availability of light and access to Skyview. The approved existing bylaw height, as it stands, is bad enough as it is regarding shadow encroachment. Our natural light will be diminished, and this will have an impact on our quality of life. If the developer's request to amend the zoning bylaw gets approved, the loss of light will be even worse, in particular during the winter months, most of the winter months, when we will be in shadow as the rest of the homes, both to the east and west of us, as well as some across the street, to the north side of us. These are the months when it is most important for our physiological, mental, and emotional health to have access to light in and around our home. My request to the city planners and developers would be create a buffer zone using landscape or hardscaping wall or fence at the northeast of the condo proposal. The reason being is because our homes are facing the condos that have no balconies. So where the balconies are being built, they have added in a buffer zone for them, like trees and bushes. And there's also a further setback. They get 10 meters from their fence. So that would be greatly appreciated if they could create some kind of a buffer zone for sound and sight for both sides. Balcony panels on the plans, the latest plans, the balcony panels on the north side are an intermix of solid panels and glass panels. And some of those glass panels align with the glass doors, condo doors, so they have a straight view right down into our backyards and our windows. So it would be greatly appreciated if they could just, for all the balconies and condos in the back north, just make them all solid, the metal panels. Reduce the height of the condo. At the very least, build within the existing bylaws regulations, no amendment. Increase the setback of the condo's back main wall / windows to our rear property line at a minimum distance 10 meters, as per Avenues and Mid-Rise study found on the Toronto website. I'll quote, "In order to minimize overlook, principal windows should not be located closer than 10 meters from the rear property line." On another personal note, we are actually even open to the architects coming over to our side of the fence if they want to see a view from our side and see what we could do or create together to create privacy in a buffer zone near where the solid condos are, where the balconies aren't, for the benefit of both future condo dwellers and ourselves. Thank you so much for my time. and your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions to our deputant? Okay, thank you. I don't have the updated names of our next speakers, but you'll have to just introduce yourself.
Sure, I can speak next. My name is Jason Wilson.
Jason. Jason, you've got 5 minutes, and when you're ready, the clock is on your left.
I would just like to supplement my wife Corinne's insights into this development that's being planned for literally our backyard. I know the presumption is that people come up to talk about structures and developments that are too high, too big, too fast are NIMBYs or considered that way. This is quite literally our backyard, so we have a vested interest in the outcome of this particular development and the planning that goes behind it. A little bit earlier, the first deputant representing the developer spoke to respecting the vertical planes that have been established, the incline plane that was defined to represent the context and the scope of the development. And I have some technical questions, or at least what appear to be technical grievances with the plans that they have submitted thus far. I'm not sure, does this opaque projector function?
Yes, if you place the image directly in front of you, looking up. Okay. If you can straighten it out, we can probably see it a little bit better.
Indeed. So I would just like to reference, if I could, and this goes to the confusion that mere residents such as ourselves need to contend with in terms of all the studies and the plans and the bylaws. So we've done our best to navigate the Byzantine structure that is the Toronto City website to come up with what we believe or understand are the regulations that define setback and vertical plane and related matters such as that. So I'm citing from Avenues and Mid-Rise Building Study dated May 2010, a section that specifically relates to the transition from a mid-rise development to the neighborhood behind. And in this document, it seems to portray two possible scenarios for suggested development. One, if it is a deep property, and the other, if it is considered a shallow property. So our understanding, the right-of-way in front of this development is Queen Street East. It's 20 meters in width. And according to, in this document, a matrix that defines what is considered a deep or a shallow development is this very simple table here. So at 20 meters, or even we're upwards of 27 meters, it is ultimately, this development would be considered a deep lot development because the actual depth of the plot for the development is 42 meters, and we can see here that 41, even at a 27-meter right-of-way, is considered a deep lot. So based upon that understanding, and which we presume to be correct given this particular document, they define what represents the point of reference for the start of the angular plane that constrains the bulk or the body of the development itself, of the building. And so here we can see on a wide lot, the point of reference is the actual intersection of the two properties, essentially our backyard property line and the conjunction of that with the property line of the development. So a 45-degree angle is drawn from that point, if it is considered a wide lot or a deep lot development. The alternative is if it is a shallow plot development, the angular plane is drawn from the 7.5 meter setback and at a point 10.5 meters into the vertical space, into the air. And that 45-degree angle is drawn from that point. So the reason for this technical minutia is when rating or comparing that to the actual plan submitted to the city, and I've drawn, this is the actual angular plane defined by the drawings, and it is quite clearly at 7.5 meter setback, 10.5 meters into the air, and that is the point at which their angular plane begins. So that corresponds to a shallow plot development in terms of this previous document. However, this is, as I mentioned earlier, based upon the matrix, considered a deep plot development. So if one were to actually draw the vertical plane or the inclined plane, or I'm going to use the right terminology, angular plane, the point of reference would actually be the property line, which would be this line that I have drawn in here at 45-degree angle and marked in red.
Jason, we're going to need your final thought. You're almost
Sure. My final thought is that at this point, it appears as if, based upon the recommended angular plane set forth by the city, that the developer is encroaching upon the space that is outside of that angular plane. That's essentially the short of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any, and thank you for bringing us those drawings. Are there any questions to our speaker? Or our speaker, no? Okay, and we have one more speaker. It's Tanya Naborshikova. Thank you, Tanya. You have 5 minutes.
I'll be very brief. I won't take 5 minutes. I would like to express the same concerns as the resident who will be living in front of the new development. The biggest concern is the way our houses are and our living space is going to be facing directly the new development. The sunlight then comes, it's primarily on facing that particular building, and looking at the shadow study, obviously we're going to lose the sunlight, we're going to lose the skylight, and it's going to affect our living conditions. It's going to have a significant impact on our family. And obviously the privacy issue is a big issue. Consider that the building will be very close to our property. So I would like to express the same concern as my neighbors. And when building and putting plans forward, have this, putting this into consideration. And I guess looking at the plans with my husband, everywhere it says that the building set at 7.5 meters from our properties, we would like to have it reconsidered and pushed back to 10 meters. So that's it on my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Are there any questions? No? Okay. We'll bring this in. Are there any other speakers for this item? Okay, so we'll bring this item into council. Questions of staff? Okay, Councillor McMahon?
Sure, thank you very much. And thank you for coming down. So just if planning can address some of the comments from the deputants, that'd be helpful.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Councillor, through Madam Chair. First of all, the deputies made some good comments about balcony details and things like that, and would be happy to work with the applicant at the site plan stage, which is current, to address some of those issues. But in terms of the Avenue and Mid-Rise guidelines, they're a citywide guideline that actually don't apply to this site. We went through a lengthy study and had an approved guideline document in 2012 called the Queen Street East, Coxwell to Nursewood Urban Design Guidelines. So the applicant's proposal would actually comply with the angular plane found in those guidelines, which are quite specific, more specific to this site.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No? Okay, to speak? Oh, sorry, of course, Councillor Bailão.
Did the applicant provide shadow studies?
Yes, they did.
Can you comment on that?
The shadow studies would be equivalent of the impacts that would be found and satisfactory to staff that we reviewed with the guidelines that are approved in 2012.
So the concept of having 7 hours of sunlight.
The concept of the rear angular plane and the 45-degree angular plane, the 7.5 meters up 10.5 meters, is very consistent with the guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to ask questions? No more questions of staff to speak? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Well, I've moved staff recommendations, but I will first say that this is an exciting project. It's in an area that has not had a lot of development in past. This is a great opportunity for revitalization. It is an area that is kind of stuck between two BIAs, business improvement areas, and does not have a BIA or a business community, and so it could use some more commercial and retail vibrancy there. And I thank the residents for coming down and for coming out to the meetings and whatnot. And I also thank the developers, because we worked long and hard, as you know, from the initiation of the Licks situation. We agreed to work together on our Queen Street urban design guidelines, and it took us 6 months to do that. It was extensive outreach. We came from, not a great space into getting everyone kind of thinking in 21st century and City of Toronto now, and density that's upon us, and dealing with that. And we created what we called the Beach Bible. And this developer has come in after that was in place, after we adopted that unanimously, and they were not involved in the creation of the Beach Bible, but they have come in and they have respected it. And I think this will be a great new addition to the neighborhood. And as far as the concerns from the deputants, we hope to deal with those that we can at site plan approval. So I would like your support. It's a good news story, and it's Welcome West Beach, it's going to be called. I know you like the beach name.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And just to clarify, you're removing the recommendations in the supplementary report, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All those in favor, if there are no questions?
I have a recorded vote, thanks.
Asked for a recorded vote. Hands up high, please. Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, and Councillor Bailão. Let the records reflect that it is unanimous. Okay, so we are now at TE 21.4, residential rental demolition application under Municipal Code 667- and heading into the address 7577 83 Mutual Street, notice of pending report. The pending report has arrived. It is before us. Are there any speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none, then we're into community council. And any questions of staff? No? Okay. I have a motion that I would like to move, and essentially move this motion to amend the portion that speaks to section number 4, to ensure that the residential building on site is built no later than 4 years from the day of demolition, that is commenced. What you see before you, members, is essentially a demolition report, but attached to that is also a strategy for rehousing the tenants. It requires us to adopt this report to allow the application to go through. This particular application was very much of a struggle for myself as a local councillor, largely because there are 22 units of housing that's already on site, and for those who recognize that development is bound to take place in some parts of the city, not all parts of the city, but when you do have development that takes place that requires the demolition of residential properties, we want to be extra careful to make sure that we are not displacing anyone. And this is exactly what has happened. This application went to the Ontario Municipal Board, and before we're able to even find a community-crafted resolution to what is a proper planning response, we are now in a middle of a hearing that we are no longer in control of. So this is the best of a situation that we can come up with. It's not perfect. I'm anywhere close to being satisfied, absolutely not. And I would say that, but it is where we are with the results that we have, given the conditions and the terms that we are facing. So reluctantly, I'm moving this amendment and asking for their support, and just moving forward with the rest of the application. It allows for it allows them to have one extra year, although I was advised that they should be able to complete the building in about 3.5 years. Obviously, those tenants who are being displaced have the right to come back. And what they're coming back to will hopefully be better, but during the time of transition while they're away from their homes, there is a system of supports that's being created to support them. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? Okay, hands up. And recommendations as amended? That is adopted. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one piece of new business that would need to be introduced at some point, so.
Yes, and we'll do that right before lunch.
Okay.
Okay, I have a note on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. TE 21.5, 19 Duncan Street, zoning amendment application, notice of pending report. I believe the pending report is here.
I have a motion to withdraw, as the request for directions will not be ready for the January council meeting.
Okay, and so there's also no speakers to that. Okay, there's a motion before us. All those in favor? Okay, adopted. And T 21.6, 701 to 713 Sudan Avenue, 1674 to 1684 Bayview Avenue, and 720 Hillsdale Avenue East, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and rental housing demolition applications. Request for direction, Ward 22. We do have a speaker on this item, Mr. Andy Gort. Welcome. Thank you very much, sir. If you can speak into the microphone as soon as it's lit, I'll set the clock for you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Tam Wong and councillors for Community Council. My name is Andy Gord. I'm the president of the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association. And we also have submitted a letter. I'm not sure, it was late yesterday, whether you have that, received that letter. It's a tough application in that it's the first mid-rise on a section of Bayview where so far there are no mid-rises. So there's a lot of focus from the community, both on the west side, which I represent, as well as on the east side area about this development in terms of how it's going to impose itself on kind of a high street feel that Bayview Avenue has, and also in terms of precedent that this building might set for potential future developments along Bayview and other areas in our neighborhood. This application originates in 2015, and the developer, the Brown Group, as well as the solicitor Adam Brown, have been very flexible to work with us, meaning with the planner, with the Ratepayers Association, and with the councillor, and led by the councillor staff to try and see what changes could be made to the development. And the developer has made substantial changes, lowering height, density, changing the architecture of the building to make it more compatible with the neighborhood, reducing the parking, and resubmitting the application to city planning. So we are very pleased with the flexibility and the accommodation that the developer has shown. Unfortunately, we are still at a very difficult position with encroachment into the neighborhood and with 2 residential homes that makes going forward with this application difficult. We're hoping that there still is further discussion possible. So in our letter, we have suggested that we're certainly willing to continue to discuss this item further, rather than going to a full hearing at the OMB. So that's basically what we wanted to bring today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have any more speakers? Okay. Welcome, Adam Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Community Council, and I thank Andy for his candid and open comments about the process. I want to put up in front of you, it's a long list of the chronology of this application. And I'm not going to go through every one of the points, but I think it's important for Community Council to hear what went on with this application and understand where our client is, because it's about as great a story with a bad ending as you can get with the planning process. And I'm saying that because I have a client who, from the outset, started this process back in 2014. And back then, Tim Burkholder was the planner on the file and went through public information meetings, working group meetings, 2 associations, individual presentations, group presentations, all the way to the end of the process, starting with the 9-story building that had issues about angular planes and the like, ending with a 7-story with prejudice on the record proposal put forward as a result of what happened at the end that I say is the bad part of the process. And the reason I say this is that if you take a look at the site and the merit of the proposal, when this started, the site is one that's not that far from the Eglinton Connects. It's a full city block from Hillsdale to Sudan, and it's an area where the mapping on the east side and the west side of Bayview should have connected the mixed-use designation red to the site. So that hole is almost a hole in the site, and it was logical to connect through. And when our client was going through the process back in 2014 with Mr. Burkholder and then Mr. Siscato, our client looked at the site and was actually told, you know what, you should acquire the additional lot on Sudan and extend the mixed-use designation, and if you do that, we will measure the angular plane from that westerly lot line. So our client did that, and they went through the process for 2 years, and there was a new planner involved, and the new planner reviewed the application. And we had a 9-story proposal with, as Andy said, a different architectural design. And the community and planning staff and urban design staff said, there's a number of things we don't like. We want angular planes from the north and south streets. We want you to have the angular plane from the new lot line you'll create to the west. And they gave us all these issues. We want you to relocate the loading, relocate the ramp. We want you to open up the corner. We want you to change the actual architecture and design. And our client said, okay. And they did it. They went back to the drawing board, and we went back to the community. And they made all of those changes, and they changed the design. No one appealed. They were patient and worked through the process. And they brought the 8-story proposal within the angular planes, not only from the west, but from the north and the south. They tapered the building up in accordance with guidelines, not policies, but guidelines. They did what was right, and they did it from the back. And then a study comes forward, a proposal to do a study that would hit this site. And the comments that came back to us, and I'll just show you the back. In addition, they agreed they would build single-family homes on the Sudan lots in the back, and they would forever create the buffer in and of itself. Worried about the comments that came from the community, what if you set a precedent because you bought those additional lots like we were told to do? And our answer was, there's no precedent. We're going to actually create single-family homes on each of those lots. We'd even say we'll designate the neighborhoods if you want, whatever the city needed to secure it. And the angular plane was complied with. And even after that, the applicant was asked, can you go to 7 stories? We just want to know that on Bayview, if there's going to be the first development out of the chute, so to speak, that it comes out at 7, so we can point to the fact that even on this full city block, you do 7. Our client said, okay. We reviewed it with planning staff. We said, okay. And then we get the study. And the comments from planning staff at that time, Mr. Siscato on the file, I can't process because now we have this study. 2.5 years after we start the process, we go forward in good faith, and my client then has no choice but to say, okay. This isn't a client who said, I'm going back to my 9-story original proposal, I'm going to appeal the original. This is a client who's a good applicant and said, I made a deal with the community. I went to the public, go and show it to the public, show it to the local council, show it to staff, submit it and file it at 7 stories. So we did. And the hope is that at the end of the day, you would support the 7-story with prejudice proposal. It makes no sense to force us to a hearing because we did what staff told us to do throughout the process. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions to our speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other speakers on the item? 701, 713 Sudan Avenue. Seeing none, questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask staff to articulate the concerns that they've raised now with regard to the angular plane, and also if you'd like to speak to or retort to any concerns raised around the process.
I'll start with the angular plane. The proposal that's before us, which is a 7-story proposal, doesn't comply with the mid-rise guidelines angular plane at the rear of the lot to the west property line. And this is even with the inclusion of the 2 additional properties at 701 and 701 Sudan and 720 Hillsdale. So even with the addition of those properties, it doesn't meet the rear angular planes, and it's a very deep site. For an area like this, on a 20-meter right-of-way, the mid-rise guidelines would say you need 32.5 meters in depth in order to get a 6-7-story mid-rise building, and they have 46.5 meters of depth with the additional properties at the rear. So they have a very deep site, and they're still not meeting the angular planes.
Just through you, Madam Chair, just in the context of the general process, certainly acknowledge, and as the representative from the Residents Association acknowledged, and as Mr. Brown outlined, the fact that we have had a lot of discourse on this application, although not recently, and the applicant has obtained a board date in March, so that's why this report is here. We had no other course than to put forward what we thought about the overall proposal, and put that on the record. I think the difference of opinion here is around the extent of change that's being proposed. That's what the process is for, to determine this, and you'll know that we're going through an extensive review in the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan area, where the population, only looking at the pipeline itself, is projected to double, not including our future growth estimates and the other work that we're doing. So the area is under substantial pressure for change. Mr. Brown will know that we've already acknowledged that this strip, this piece on this street can be redesignated. We acknowledge that in the preliminary report, so we don't dispute that. It's the extent of redesignation. It's the concern that we have not finished all the work yet with the Yonge-Eglinton review, so we don't want to get out in front of the conclusions and set what we feel to be an overbuilt precedent that would take us in a direction that would not be in the direction that our analysis is demonstrating we want to go in. So we acknowledge that this site could be redesignated. It's the extent of penetration of the neighborhood. As Mr. Dreger pointed out, we don't feel there's a need for the depth that the applicant is proposing. So we do endorse the idea of a mid-rise building at this site. We do endorse the idea of the designation. It's the extent to which the applicant has, in the end, the extent to which the applicant is proposing. And it certainly, as the Residents Association representative indicated, we can keep talking. We have not heard from the applicant in a long time on this site, and we want to put our view on the record, and through our lawyers, we can continue to talk to see if there's any further accommodation that can be made on the issues that we've raised.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor? No? Okay, Councillor Perks, to ask
So,
questions.
just, I want to make sure that I've understood. It sounds as if in this instance, there was an application that would have been overbuilt, and they've come back with revisions that are less overbuilt, but still overbuilt for the site. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers or any other questions? No, to speak? Councillor Mallow?
Well, I begin by moving staff recommendations. And I want to acknowledge, first of all, Mr. Brown and his client. I'm convinced that they've been working in good faith to arrive at a resolution that would be admittedly imperfect, but workable for the community and for the city. And we obviously haven't arrived there yet, but I do feel a sense of responsibility to acknowledge that effort that they've demonstrated. I also want to acknowledge Andy and the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association for the very thoughtful work that they've done on this. They're the kind of residents who they don't provide knee-jerk yeses or nos. They try to arrive somewhere. They try to arrive at a good resolution. And I know that they're continuing to advocate for that resolution here, along with other sites in the area. And they've already reached their arms out to the proponent, but also to the city to be a bridge. And I really respect that and appreciate that. But I also want to thank city staff for the holistic view that they're bringing to this application, whether it be Mr. Cascato or Mr. Dreger and their colleagues. The question is about this site. This question also affects Eglinton Connects on Eglinton and the question of what is reasonable transition. The question is about the capacity that this neighborhood has and how we have the ability to provide the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure services to support the residents in the community. And that's part of the Yonge and Eglinton secondary review plan, or review that's occurring right now, that's going to be reporting out actually fairly soon. But Julio Cascato, the former, very recently, the former planner for this area, made it very clear to the applicant that through a letter that he would prefer to wait for this review to be concluded to better inform any final report that would come forward. Mr. Brown then, very understandably, went to the board, but we're at the board now, and we need to at least go in there with the city's strong position. That being said, and I say this to all parties, it doesn't mean that the dialogue stops here. In fact, it should continue. We want to arrive at the resolution that all parties will find fair, and believe that the time that they spent towards arriving at a resolution was well worth it. So you have my commitment to continue to steer this towards a resolution. Certainly there have been, I think, sometimes we've come closer, sometimes we've come further apart based on new information that's come forward, but we've got to achieve the right resolution, because at the end of the day, we want to be fair to the proponent, but we also want to make sure that this street, this main street, is planned in a way that doesn't set a precedent that would have an adverse effect, not only for the rest of Bayview Avenue, but for streets like Yonge and Mount Pleasant and streets in the area that would be impacted by the precedent that is set here as we move forward. So let's do this, but let's get this right. And I look forward to further conversations to achieve, hopefully, the best outcome at the OMB. Dreaded as the OMB is.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mallow. There is a recommendation to adopt there's a motion to adopt the recommendations in the report. Any questions of the mover? No? Anyone else to speak? No? Okay, so let's take a vote. All those in favor? Okay, so adopted. Thank you very much. Before I move on to the next item, is there anyone in attendance today who would like to submit written materials on item TE 21.19? Okay, if so, and it's the application to consider appeal by Oberon Development Corporation. If so, please provide your submission to the clerk so that the materials can be copied and distributed prior to the consideration of this item. And this is a time item to be heard at 1:30. Okay. So, getting back to the agenda, TE 21.7, 254 to 266 King Street East, 427 to 435 Adelaide Street East, and 157 Princess Street zoning amendment application. There's a refusal report. There are speakers. I will call the first speaker, Ryan Caskey. Welcome, Ryan. Make sure your microphone is on, and you have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say my name is Reynold Caskey, just to correct the,
Yes.
and I'm from the St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood BIA, and I'm just going to read a statement that the BIA has prepared. The St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood BIA covers the area where the development is proposed. We understand that there is a refusal recommendation for the development, and the BIA would like to outline several points that align with the refusal. Of primary concern to the BIA is the loss of commercial space. The existing buildings contribute 42,978 square meters of commercial space, and the proposed development has just 3,500 square meters proposed. All existing tenants will move out and must find new locations. Some will have to leave the area and some will never come back, which results in a net loss of employment for the neighborhood. The developer should take into consideration design that respects the King Parliament's secondary plan. While intensification and density associated with regeneration lands here are welcome, the height, massing, and materiality do not take into consideration the local context. The negative impact that the proposal would have on the public realm with the proposed development should instead keep the area's quality, role, and character maintained and enhanced. On top of these issues, the St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood BIA has a master plan that outlines several features in terms of planning and streetscape improvements that include decorative pavers, tree trenching, widened sidewalks, and bicycle parking along all sides of the development. These streetscape improvements are in line with city policies and are to promote a vibrant neighborhood. The lighting of the streets along the sidewalk should also include heritage lighting, Victorian pedestrian poles or tall black poles with Victorian attachments, as outlined in the Old Town Toronto Heritage Lighting Master Plan, which would contribute to enhanced streetscape. And while the mid-block connection moving east-west is a contribution to the flow of the area, the inclusion of off-street paid parking in the underground parking lot in the development would also be of benefit to the streetscape and design suggestions put forward by the BIA. This would allow sidewalks to be easily widened, provide more space for trees, street furniture, and improve the public realm in general. The BIA is hopeful that the developer will work with city planning staff, the BIA, the SLNA, and the community to provide a project conforming to existing guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Renaud, and thank you for the correction. Any questions to our speaker? No? Okay. Any questions to staff? No? Okay. Councillor McConnell. Oh, are there any other speakers? Oh, I apologize. Okay. So if I can have the speakers, if there's anyone who's interested in speaking to an item on the agenda, please make sure that you check in with the clerk so that they can update my speakers list. I apologize. If you can introduce yourself and you've
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Neil Smiley, Madam Chair, members of committee. I'm here on behalf of SAS Canada Institute. I'm not sure if SAS's comments got to your record, and I was asked by senior officer there to at least submit to you today the support for the staff's recommendation. As you may know, SAS Institute is at Kitty Corner with the development site at 280 King Street East. SAS was probably one of the first reinvestors in the neighborhood in the early 2000s, and you may be familiar with their modern office building that dons the corner there at 280 King Street. One of the issues that's not highlighted in your staff report, and something that SAS has found in a recent development application to its immediate north, is the incompatibility of residential uses as they incur closer to its operations. From the outside, SAS looks like an innocuous operator, but it is the home, back office home of the computer servers for most of Canada's largest corporations. And to keep those servers running 24/7, you'd be surprised the cooling that's required for that operation. So SAS has on its rooftop very high-tech, compliant cooling equipment, but the moment a residential sensitive use comes close to their proximity, you have this issue of incompatibility. The councillor will recall, and we appreciate her support with the application that was immediately to the north of staff several years ago, that this incompatibility was raised with staff, and thankfully that application has been withdrawn and replaced with an office use development as opposed to its residential routes. We're simply here to support staff's submissions and recommendation to council, and those are my submissions, Member of Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions to our speaker? No. Any other one? Sorry, there is another speaker, if I can call Suzanne Kavanaugh. Thank you. Great, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, nice to see you again.
I apologize in advance. I'm going to have to read my text. I have a pinched nerve in my back, but I assure you I'm not drugged. So my name is Suzanne Kavanaugh, and I'm president of the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and I'm also chair of the Development Committee. We are asking that you support this refusal report. In our neighborhood, when developers say they want to work with the community, we have hope, and we have evidence that in many cases this happens. We have developers that even though they have gone to the OMB, it was to advise the board that they were working with the community and had struck a working group, and we're still working with the community to make sure that they have it right. We have developers who come to us before the pre-application process and during the pre-application process. And I know that you've got other letters that have been submitted that speak to height, density, floor plates, tower separation, and 10% for family units. So I just want to talk briefly about the Parkette, because the parks have said that there's no more cash in lieu. This area is deemed as underparked. I am always hopeful but skeptical that these applicants say they want to work with us, but past performance indicates this won't happen. This skepticism is based on our recent experience with them, and the brief timeline below tells us there were opportunities missed to work with the neighborhood. On April 21st, 2016, the pre-application discussion started with staff, but we only got that there's something in the works, and I can't tell you anything more. On October 5th, the application was submitted, and on November 3rd, it was presented to the SLNA and Corktown Neighborhood Associations. On December 2nd, we sent our comments, and we forwarded a copy of this letter to the clerk's office. Last Wednesday, we had the community consultation, and now we are here today at Community Council. This is the fastest I have seen an application go through the review process. I was told by the developer at the November 3rd meeting she wanted to work with the community. She was not at the community consultation, and I researched her and saw that the McLean House in the Casa Loma neighborhood was decimated by this same developer. At the community consultation, there were people in attendance who were not introduced, and the lawyer, who is also the applicant, did most of the talking. Several times his comments were, "We are being forced to go to the OMB, but we want to work with the neighborhood." There were some slight changes at this presentation, and we were told that we would get to these changes. Up until 11 p.m. last night, there was nothing posted on the city website, and I checked my email and voicemail in case I missed something. This developer says she wants to work with the community, and to date, we have seen absolutely no sign of this. A good developer who has gone down the wrong road gets off and tries another road. This applicant appears to barrel down the wrong road and continues to pick up speed along the way. This applicant appears to be bullying and pushing this application on the neighborhood, using appeals to get around the policies, guidelines, and legislation that is currently in place. Policies are not perfect, and guidelines are just that, not meant to be barriers or to be treated as workarounds. Intensification is a subjective word. If I construct a two-story building on the parking lot, that's a definition of intensification. 32 stories is not. In our neighborhood, we celebrate that this is a work-live space. Reducing commercial space by 75% is going in the wrong direction. In our neighborhood, we work with most developers to ensure we have good city building and, even better, good community planning. The idea of heritage is to ensure that new development builds upon the distinct and valued characters over time. We need to enhance, not detract. We are well aware that the HCD for this area is pending a decision from the OMB. We've been working on this since 2005. In the meantime, we still have the Ontario Heritage Act to work with. Is it perfect? No, but it helps our city. It is not a workaround. 3 of these buildings are contributing, and they are slated to be demolished. 2 buildings are designated and slated to use Christopher Hughes' term from the Star, undergoing a facetectomy. This applicant describes this site as 2 towers with 32 stories. And when you look at the renderings, we see a massing of 32 stories with 2 holes in it. The renderings in the staff report are doable if you look at King Street and stand on Front Street on stilts with X-ray vision to get that view.
Suzanne, I'll need your final thought.
Final thought is the site is the center of the story where the city started. This is where Toronto began. This is the town of York and the original 10 blocks. And we would hope that this committee will support this refusal report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none. Members, questions to staff? No? Anyone to speak? Oh, sorry, Councillor McConnell. Questions to staff?
Yes, what I would like is to, very briefly for staff to outline the reasons that you have proposed a refusal. I think that would be helpful to the Community Council. Thank you.
Right, so there are 2 main issues where we're very far apart from the applicant. One is the impact on the heritage properties. There's 3 contributing buildings on the property and 2 designated properties. And the proposal doesn't go nearly far enough to protect those. And the other big issue is the built form. We're looking at 2 towers that have only an 18-meter separation. And they're slab-type towers, at least on the lower floors, which are 64 meters long. We don't have any setbacks on this from Princess Street or Ontario Street or Adelaide Street. And we have tower floor plates, which are far beyond the 750 square meter guideline, and that's exacerbated by the bridge, which basically creates one massive building from a shadow perspective, and that has a significant excessive impact on the pedestrian realm in terms of shadow on Adelaide and on the open space that's being built across the street on Adelaide. And overall, the character, the buildings are just far removed from the existing character of the area.
My second question is that the time also has run out. Is that not correct? In terms of the of reviewing the application. So any deferral at this point would jeopardize the city's position. Is that correct?
Yeah, the notion was to have a refusal report brought forward within 120 days of receiving a complete application, and that means that an appeal would be an appeal on council's decision as opposed to an appeal on an indecision.
On the timing, correct.
I would just add, sorry, just for clarity, that I think it's in everyone's interest when a development represents significant overdevelopment, as this does, and as has been completely outlined in the report, that we be as clear as possible, as early as possible.
Yes.
In the previous submission, we were criticized for a long chronology of engagement and trying to find an answer on a very subtle point of should it be a few stories taller or shorter, and this is not that, and it behooves us to respond clearly with as much clarity as we can to both the public and the applicants that this level of development is not acceptable.
Okay. And my final question to Thomas is that if I could, we've just had a community consultation. What would you say was the result of that consultation? Did it support your position?
Yes, there was near unanimous opposition from the community of the comments we heard. There'll be a supplementary report that will detail the comments that will go forward to City Council.
To City Council. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Anyone else to ask questions of staff? No? To speak, Councillor McConnell.
I recognize that certainly the developer said they're happy to work with the community, and I think Suzanne has outlined some of those concerns, but at the end of the day, I think the refusal report, given the serious concerns around heritage and the two-tower and bridge configuration and the floor plates, I think that perhaps there's another time, another place that this can be resolved, but it is not at this moment under this application. So with that, I support the refusal reluctantly, because we like to try and make our deals in the St. Lawrence neighborhood, but on this one, I think we just have not been able to do that, and we frankly run out of time, and it's the significant distance between our professionals and the applicant indicates that at the moment we're not going to be able to find, in this circumstance, not going to be able to find that solution. So with that, I'll ask for support around the refusal.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McConnell. Anyone else to speak? Okay, I'll just speak, I'll just take 2 seconds and support the local councillor and the planning staff and the local community. This is a very large site. You've got 4 different elevations on Adelaide, King, Princess, and Ontario, and I can't imagine how a site that is so unencumbered by size, but rather generously proportioned, can't meet the very basic tall buildings guidelines or any of the urban design guidelines. That is, to me, very troubling. Not to mention watching the local councillor and her local community struggle to get their HCD off the ground and do so much proactive planning in the local community, and then have an application like this come in. It befogs me on why this can't work. So I will full-heartedly support your the staff recommendations and Councillor McConnell's motion. All those in favor, raise your hands, and so adopted. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, I just want to take the moment. I know you have an item that you'd like to introduce. It has been circulated, but I think we'd like to have you formally introduce it.
Yes, I'd like to introduce a request for status update on 462 Eastern, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, and that has been introduced. Is there anyone in attendance today who would like to submit written materials on item TE 21.19? And if you do have information and submissions written, please provide them to the clerk so that the materials can be copied and distributed prior to the consideration of that item, which is timed to be heard at 1:30 immediately after lunch. Okay. We are now at TE 21.8, 31 Parliament Street, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment Application. Are there any speakers to this item? No? Okay. Then are there any questions of staff? Councillor McConnell?
Similarly, I would like staff to outline, since it is a refusal, why you put this refusal in front of us at the moment.
Through you, Chair, this proposal represents an overdevelopment of the site, and it's not supported by us. Does not fit within existing and planned context.
Yes.
It's adjacent to both the Distillery District and the St. Lawrence neighborhood, and it does not comply with the existing official plan policy that's in force and effect that's talk about transition down to the St. Lawrence neighborhood. As I mentioned, it is against and adjacent to the Distillery District, which is a site of both national historic importance, but also a very important tourism area for the city that and province and country, which generates a lot of economic activity for the city as well. And it does not support that pedestrianized environment that is indicative of that Distillery District area. It also has shadow impacts on both the Canada's First Parliament Building site and on the Distillery District itself. So there are a number of reasons why we don't support this application.
Thank you very much. Anyone else to ask questions of staff? No? To speak? Councillor McConnell.
Madam Chair, I similarly will move the staff recommendation to refuse. The Goodham and Warts Residents Association didn't get their letter in quickly enough. I don't believe that it's hit the clerks because it was just last night that they indicated that they heard about this, and they have indicated their support for the refusal. But in addition to that, I think that we need to recognize that in the distillery district, yes, you will see high buildings, but that's in the context of a community discussion from the very beginning, where we took all of the density off the historical buildings and moved them into towers. That was a decision very much supported by the community, very much pushed by the community, and was a long conversation with the chief planner, who wasn't quite sure of whether that was right or wrong. But then for adjacent property owners to start to use those without pulling off any density is a bit bizarre. And so, you know, as we're moving forward, we still have further work to do in the Distillery District and along Trinity Street, and now we're going along Parliament Street. We're very happy that this area is, you know, getting completed, and we think it is a wonderful tourist destination. But I don't think it's right that you would take something that is to the support of the Heritage District buildings, one of the most significant heritage conservation areas that we have, and then use it to your own advantage on a property that is not in any way connected. I think, if I could, the second piece is to remember that this is across Parliament Street from the St. Lawrence neighborhood, where we have about an 8-story co-op building. So it also is pretty major in that case. And this is really the first time that you're hearing about the importance of the shadowing of the first Parliament site. The first Parliament site, along with the distillery, along with the 10 square blocks, is some of the most important sites in the history of our city. And so it's terribly, terribly important as we move forward on these properties to acknowledge that they need that added protection. So from my perspective, you will start to hear about the first Parliament site. You might have thought it was very sleepy. It's not sleepy. It's been going through environmental assessments because, as you can imagine, the industrial coal tar on it is major. But the other part is that the regional library, it has been in the budget for 2 years, and we will be starting on that planning now, and we will be starting on the master planning now that we've finished the environmental assessment. So the notion of making sure that the protection, the shadow protection going on to this very large site, which I would argue is going to be another real destination, and it is in fact one of the reveals again of the community. And I would point to Rollo Myers, who told us the bedtime story about what was underneath this property and just before amalgamation, and he was dead right on it. So we want to move forward, and in the next couple of years, I think you will see a library building, $18 million infrastructure that will allow us to do the full build-out of the master plan. So as we move forward, I appreciate the importance of that, and the importance, therefore, of the concern of the planners around the shadowing. So there's many reasons for this, and I hope I've outlined them to you from the community's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? No? Then we just have the councillors, the staff recommendations before us. All those in favor? Okay, so adopted. Thank you. We may be able to deal with this item if it's rather quick. I'm not sure. It's TE 21.9, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 122 to 124 Peter Street and 357 and 359 Richmond Street West. Are there any speakers to this item? No? Oh, I think he was just deleted from the list. There are no speakers to this item? Okay, then I think we can probably dispense with it fairly quickly. Questions of staff? No? Okay, to speak.
Thank you, and I'll move the staff recommendations, and I would just note that we've received a letter from the property owner who opposes this. They own 3 of the 4 properties. Not surprisingly, they're also proposing a wildly inappropriate condo tower that's already at the board. And so, they can shove it. We're designating it.
Okay, so that motion was moved with enthusiasm. Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, and adopted. Yeah, we're going to try to get to some the quick items and releases. TE 21.10, demolition of a designated heritage property, 33 Avenue Road. There are no speakers to this item, but also there is a request to withdraw the demolition application from the applicant. So I will move a motion to withdraw the item from the agenda. All those in favor to withdraw? Okay, and so dealt with. Amendment of designating bylaw 115 Bond Street. Any speakers to this item? No? Okay, no questions of staff. I will simply move the staff recommendations that are before you. Okay, and all those in favor? And so adopted. Before we get to TE 21.112, I know that there are 4 speakers on the item. We've got 15 minutes before clearing it. Okay, we can also do that. Actually, why don't we just clear the 10:30 ones? We've got 3 of them to go. So I'm going to hold down TE 21.12, and then I'm going to get through the 10:30 ones and maybe do a couple of quick releases, okay? TE 21.13, inclusion of the City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar, 798185 Shooter Street. Any speakers to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Okay, yes? Oh, you're jumping ahead of me. So then what I will do, since Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move the item since your hand is up? Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is moving the item. All those in favor? So adopted. Okay. TE 21.14, alterations to the designated heritage property 279 to 283 Yonge Street, Hard Rock Cafe sign. Any speakers? No speakers. Any questions of staff? No questions of staff. I will move the staff recommendations, and the recommendations are adopted. All those in favor? You want a recorded vote? Oh, okay. Okay, got it. TE 21, so that's so adopted. TE 21.15, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar, 40 Coburn Street, Ward 28. Are there any speakers to this item? No speakers to this item. Questions of staff? No questions of staff. Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, and that has been adopted. We just got to 11 a.m. So just coming back to TE, sorry, Councillor McMahon?
Could I just ask if anyone's here for TE 21.25 from the Acton family? Okay, thanks.
So now I'm just coming back to TE 2112, designation of the Garden District Heritage Conservation District under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Any speakers to the item? There are 4 registered speakers, and I've just been advised by staff that they may have just left. Oh, okay, great. So I'm going to call you by the order that you've been registered with the clerks. Andrew Blah. Is there an Andrew Blah ready to speak? Okay, then I'm just going to skip over that name. I'll call them back at the end. Stephen Ruby. Okay, hi, Stephen. You want to come to the front of the room? Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes, and the clock is on your left-hand side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I'm speaking to the proposal, the Garden District Heritage Conservation District Plan, and I oppose this plan for the following reasons. This area of Toronto has been replete with unsavory elements from time immemorial, including drug pushers, drug users, prostitutes, alcoholics, and for the first time in my memory, developers are beginning to invest significant funds east of Yonge Street, although there has been a reluctance to invest east of Jarvis Street. Heritage restrictions are an obvious disincentive to developers to invest in an area because of the adherence to such restrictions are costly and time-consuming, and in this particular case, having reviewed the guidelines, they're confusing. George Street in particular, between Dundas and Gerrard, is probably the most notorious street in Toronto. There have been 3 homicides, I believe, within the last 12 months on this particular portion of George Street. Moreover, in my opinion, there is no significant heritage architecture in any of the buildings on George Street or indeed on Dundas Street between George Street and Pembroke Street. If you want to clean up this area from what it has been for the last 60 or 70 years, you need to attract new development investment, which means that heritage, in my view, should take second place to attracting such new development. Heritage restrictions do not encourage new investment. In the case of my particular property at 212 Dundas Street East, heritage guidelines are difficult to apply because it's really a vacant lot that's used as a parking lot. So I have read very carefully the heritage guidelines, and I find it extremely difficult because they're so amorphous and ill-defined. I find it very difficult as to how to apply them to vacant land. Particularly specifics, because I just don't know what you can build there that would conform to what heritage values, because I don't know what heritage values are applicable. And as I say, I've read those guidelines quite carefully. I also believe that designating an entire area as heritage rather than specific buildings is another problem, as evidenced by the problem that I'm going to have because my vacant lot happens to lie within this bubble as outlined in the district conservation plan. So I think that the problem is going to be that heritage values and heritage restrictions are going to be discretionary, and discretionary decisions are inherently unfair because they're unilateral and they're not mutual. So I just wanted to come here to register my objection to the Garden District, what is known rather as the Garden District Heritage Conservation District Plan, because I think it's a significant disincentive to cleaning up this area, and we've been waiting, my family at least, decades. We've owned this property for decades, and we've been waiting decades for money to move from the west of Toronto to the east side of Toronto to help effectively gentrify this area. And those are my submissions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions to our speaker? Seeing none, okay. Our next speaker is Joseph Nasser. Is Dr. Nasser here? I don't see him. I'm going to now call Grant Bowers. I do see Grant.
I just like to read a letter, a short letter into the regarding this.
Sorry, are you wanting to depute?
Sorry?
Are you wanting to speak, sir?
Yes, I just have a short letter that.
Okay, if you want to just hold on, if I can ask you to check with the clerk over here, the administrator, he will put you on the speakers list. And Grant, if you can take a seat at the center of the room, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, members of council. Hello. I'm one of the unsavory residents of the Garden District. Yeah. And I live immediately adjacent to the property owned by the Rubies. And it's highly ironic that Mr. Ruby would describe the area, the neighborhood, the way he did when his empty parking lot, strewn with garbage and weeds, has been the site of a lot of this illegal and antisocial behavior for as long as I've lived there, which is 23 and a half years. What he also didn't tell you is that he and another partner are intending to build a huge condo tower on that property. It involves Fillmore's Hotel and the destruction of that hotel and building on that parking lot.
Sir,
I've also been...
Sorry, if I can just ask for no interruptions. We allowed Mr. Ruby to speak, but I'm also going to ask Mr. Bowers if you can keep your comments limited to the item that's before us on the agenda today.
Well, it relates because this area is under extreme pressure. Church Street has become a condo tower and is getting worse. Jarvis Street, which is quite right, has seen a lot of development, has suddenly in the last 2 years developed towers everywhere. And immediately adjacent to the proposed designated area, there are 3 huge condo complexes at the corner of Dundas and Jarvis, and a proposal, I understand, for a Ryerson building as well. This pressure is starting to move along the Dundas corridor. It's starting to move into what is basically a residential area, Victorian homes. My home was built in 1880. It was the home of Francis Hogaboom, who was a survivor of the Titanic. It was the home of Taller Cranston, and the entire interior of the building was painted by him. And so I feel my house is definitely a heritage building and is appropriately designated. The area is very similar to Cabbagetown and Cabbagetown South. Most of the buildings in the area are Victorian. There are some inappropriate buildings, which are apartment buildings and things that sprang up in the 60s and 70s. But by and large, there's still a recognizable Victorian community there, much as there is in Cabbagetown. And I urge you to support this designation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowers. Any questions? No. We do have another speaker. I think the gentleman who was, I don't have your name, sir, but if you can just come to the front of the room. I know you are wanting to read a deputation, and we want to hear you. Can I just ask members of the committee that we're going to, for a motion to extend the meeting to complete the item? No, not any quick releases. I don't believe we'll have time, but at least to finish the item. This gentleman here is our last speaker, I believe. You may proceed, sir. Sorry, I need a vote on that. All those in favor to motion to finish the item before lunch? Okay, thank you very much. Sir, you have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jackie Trina, and I have owned property on Pembroke since the early 70s. It runs from, we know where it runs. It runs from Shooter to Allen Gardens, and have lived there for the last 12 years. In my opinion, the area under discussion contains some of the most interesting Victorian and Edwardian architecture in the city, and I'm delighted that it is now being given the focus of the city's attention. I do have a problem with the future of Moss Park. Moss Park was created to provide inhabitants of this area with an open green space, and I believe some old houses and businesses were taken down to do so. In view of the increased population density in the downtown area, especially with the enormous amount of construction currently underway, I was alarmed to hear that there was a proposal to put more buildings to the east side of the park. Instead of reversing the original plan for Moss Park, would it not be better to enlarge it by taking down the old armories, building and fencing around it, and also demolishing the old Alliance building, as there are newer and better facilities in Regent Park? Also, a dangerous precedent would be established if building permission was given for structures in the park. It might open the door to projects in Allen Gardens, for instance, a dangerous precedent. As much of the current construction involves condominiums, surely the density is going to increase alarmingly over the next few years, and the owners or renters deserve to have a green space to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tannen. Any questions? No? Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Also seeing none, any speakers? Okay, so I will move the recommendations in the report and also alert members that this is also the same recommendations coming from the Toronto Preservation Board, and with that, with some thanks as well. Gratitude must be given to the Toronto Preservation Service staff. They have done an exemplary job. This was a HCD application and process that began in 2014, and earlier on, conversations bantered around the community on how to best protect heritage assets and still allow what we know to be development that will be most likely coming in. And I think that this is a very measured response specifically to that. The area designated is not very large. There was some very careful deliberation on how to carve out the area to allow for certain types of growth and how it's going to transition and adjacent to the designated area. And I think that for those residents who participated in the HCD drafting and to the crafting and to identifying properties, it was a worthwhile exercise for the community. The community came together and said this was a community that they wanted to champion and they wanted to improve, and they wanted to do it with their eyes set to the future, but also with their foot firmly planted on the ground, respecting the heritage. And I think that that is exactly what's before us. And I won't say much more because we want to head to lunch, but if I can ask for a show of hands to support the motion. Okay, great, thank you, and that is adopted. Almost. Let me just, one more thing. I just want to remind members of council that we have a timed item at 1:30. We need you in your chairs by 1:30 specifically, because if you're not in your chairs, you don't get to participate in that item. Yes, it is. So I'm going to ask one final question before we break for our lunch recess. Is there anyone in the audience today who would like to submit written materials on item TE 21.19? If so, please provide your submission to the clerk so that the materials can be copied and distributed prior to the consideration of the item. Okay, great. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Would the members of the Toronto and East York Community Council please come to Committee Room 1? Thank you.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Councillors, welcome back from lunch, and welcome back to everyone else who's been able to join us in Committee Room 1. We're going to begin our meeting, the continued of the meeting of the Toronto East York Community Council. I'm going to suggest that council members proceed to their chairs as quickly as possible, because once we begin the hearings and start to begin to deal with this particular matter, if you are not in your chairs, I will ask you to stay out of your chairs. You will not be part of the deliberation. So, let's see, time. Okay, so this is a timed item, TE 21.19, application to consider appeal by Oberon Development Corporation of the chief building official's decision to refuse one variance with respect to one proposed first-party wall sign at 615 to 617 Yonge Street. There are certain rules with respect to this particular hearing, treat it almost like a tribunal if you'd like, and I would like to read you what those rules pertain as instructions provided to me by the clerk. I'm also going to ask political staff and members of the public to refrain from entering the inner chamber. We want you to stay on the public gallery side, and only councillors are permitted to come inside. And if you have any questions and any important matters that you have to deal with your councillors, all that will just simply have to wait until this matter is dealt with. So I've been advised that we have to adopt the following processes when considering applications for variance from Chapter 694. There is a motion I'd like to place before you and regarding the order of proceedings. The order will be presentation from speakers, followed by questions of speakers by councillors, presentation from staff, questions of staff by councillors, then debate and decision. Presentation from speakers. All speakers will have 5 minutes to speak, with the applicant for the sign variance being allowed to go first. If the applicant wants to respond to comments from other speakers at the end of all presentations, he or she can do so, but have a maximum of 3 minutes to reply. The applicant may be asked additional questions by members upon the conclusion of these additional comments. Finally, questions of speakers by councillors. Members can ask questions of deputants for 5 minutes following their presentation and can have a further round of questioning after everyone has had the opportunity to question. That is a motion that's been placed before you. If everyone agrees to this particular motion and you have no further questions or comments, then I'd like to see a show of hands to indicate your support. All hands up, please, to indicate yes to adopt this motion. That has been adopted, so passed. We will begin by receiving a presentation from staff, and all questions to staff will come directly from the members. And again, the 5-minute rule does apply. And will the staff be presenting from the front of the room, or are you going to stay in your chair. And members, please note that they're distributed before you as a package from staff. It is color photocopy, so it's very easy to read. Okay. Okay, while you get ready, and so recognizing that I'm going to remind members to please stay in your seat for this item. If you cannot be present for the entire and whole item, you might want to think about recusing yourself from the debate and the vote altogether. Okay, are you ready?
Ready, Councillor.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Robert Bader. I'm with the City Sign Bylaw Unit. The matter before you, the item before you, is a application to consider, and there's a consideration of the decision of the Sign Variance Committee at an earlier date, which decided on appeal by Oberon Development Corporation in respect of a decision, original decision by the Chief Building Official to refuse to grant variances respecting the proposed first-party wall sign at the premise municipally known as 615 to 617 Yonge Street. There is somewhat of a history on this application. This matter was before Toronto East York Community Council and City Council as a whole sometime in the recent past. It has been modified and revised over the course of the years, so I'll just start by back in July 2014, there was an original first-party sign variance application that was received seeking 2 variances to the sign bylaw, permitting the erection and display of a sign similar to the one that's before you today on the northerly-facing elevation of the building. Staff in that instance decided to refuse to grant the variances being sought. That decision was subsequently appealed, heard by the Sign Variance Committee in February 2015. The committee chose to amend their staff recommendations and grant the variances requested on condition that the sign be hand-painted. Local ward councillor exercised her not frequently used powers to have the matter reconsidered at City Council through Community Council. That transpired in May and June of 2015. Ultimately, the decision of Toronto East York Community Council to refuse to grant any of the variances, adopting the recommendations of staff, was supported by Council as a whole. This matter is before us again today in the form of a new application. As you can see from the renderings I've provided and images I provided in this current slide, this is what's currently existing. These 2 top photographs here. This was the subject of the application back in 2014 and 2015, and this is currently the subject of the new application that's before us now in 2016 and 2017. The proposal is for a wall sign displaying static copy. The copy is applied as per the condition imposed by the Sign Variance Committee that it be hand-painted only. Contains 1 side face. It's located on the east side of Yonge Street between Gloucester and Isabella Street. That's the premise at 615 Yonge. The sign itself is northerly facing, directed towards southbound traffic along Yonge Street. Currently, it's proposed to be located at the 5th and 6th stories, almost 21 meters above the sidewalk. Currently has dimensions of 5.75 meters in width by 4 meters in length for a total sign face area of 23 square meters. So this is what the proposal has ultimately evolved into. This is the rendering that has been provided by the proponent and is on the slide deck now. There was originally 2 variances being sought. That's been reduced to 1 variance. The 1 variance being sought is a sign erected above the 2nd story. In this case, the proposed sign is to be erected at the 5th and 6th stories of the building. It is staff's position that 4 of the 9 established criteria have been met. 5 of the 9 established criteria have not been met. The 4 criteria that have been met are that the sign belongs to a sign class permitted in the commercial residential sign district. It is not a third-party sign, it is a first-party sign. It does not adversely affect public safety, and it is not a sign prohibited by certain provisions of the bylaw. Where the sign does not meet the established criteria is that It is not compatible with the development and the premise of the surrounding area, primarily in the fact that the building has been placed on the Heritage Register, and it's not consistent with the policies that are incorporated into the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District Plan. In respect of the Heritage Conservation District plans, there's express policies that speak to signage being limited to the first floor facade of the building and not extend above the upper floors. As this property is a contributing property to the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District, signage on contributing property should contribute and be visually compatible with all those heritage attributes and cultural heritage values of the plan. As well, in conducting a review of other first-party signs in the area, staff found that the majority of existing wall signs are erected either at the first or second story of a wall facing a street, whereas this proposed sign does not face a street and is certainly not erected at the first or second story of the facade. Staff believe that the sign is not compatible with the building on the premise and other historically significant buildings on adjacent properties. Also, that the proposed sign is inconsistent with other first-party signs in the area. The second criteria that staff's belief that the proposal fails on is in respect of the official plan objectives. So the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District Plan has expressed policies in it which are OP objectives in respect. Amendment number 183 of the official plan speaks to the North Downtown Yonge Street site and area specific policies, which provides for policies to protect and enhance the heritage context within this area. The North Downtown Yonge Street Urban Design Guidelines also note that retail signage on heritage properties shall be reversible without damaging the heritage property, and further that they are to be located only within a sign band at the front facade of the building. The third of the 9 criteria where this proposal is not met is in respects to adverse effect on adjacent properties. This portion of Yonge Street is defined by a variety of mixed-use buildings and a large number of historically significant buildings, hence the adoption of the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District. Any new developments should be cognizant of the area's unique heritage character. There are other first-party signs in the area that are generally limited to business identification signs at the first and second story and on walls facing a street, whereas the proposed sign is significantly larger than other first-party wall signs on adjacent properties. Further, it's erected on a wall that does not face a street and is erected above the second story. In this geographic area, the proposed sign is much more akin in scale and magnitude to a third-party sign used for the purposes of advertising rather than identification. The second to final criteria that is not met, in the opinion of staff, is that the proposal alters the character of the premise and the surrounding area. Other first-party signs on adjacent properties are generally limited to business identification signs at the first and second story walls facing a street. The existing business at 615 to 617 Yonge Street currently contains a first-party wall sign used for business identification purposes, and additionally, a projecting sign on the second story of the building. There are also a number of window signs advertising services available at the premise. These signs facing the street are consistent in scale and location with other signs in the area and generally consistent with the provisions contained in the bylaw. They are sufficient in identifying the existing building on the premise. Finally, with respects to criteria number 9, the proposed sign is contrary to the public interest. The subject premise has been listed on the city's inventory of heritage properties. It's further subject to the North Yonge Heritage Conservation District. This in and of itself is a clear statement that the city would like to see the heritage attributes of the property preserved. Given the scale and orientation of the proposed sign, it would have a significant visual impact on the public realm. And I would also like to cite some additional communications that have been submitted in respect of this item. One from the Church Wellesley Neighborhood Association supporting staff's position, and a second one by the Bay Clover Hill Community Association supporting the position of staff and the position of Councillor Wong-Tam. In conclusion, it is staff's position that 4 of the 9 established criteria have been met in order for a variance to be granted. All 9 of the established criteria are required to be met in order for a variance to be granted, and therefore it is the recommendation of staff that council adopt the staff recommendations and not grant the variance sought. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. So now we can go to speakers, and we will bring you back up afterwards to ask any questions of you, to our staff person, but we're going to hear from the speakers next. This is as per the process that we've adopted. I do believe we have one speaker registered to speak to this item. That would be Mr. Patrick Harrington. I would also remind, if there are any written correspondence that you would like us to have, please provide your submission to the clerk in advance so that it can be copied and distributed. I believe this might be the 5th time I've asked for that today, only first time this afternoon. You must be Mr. Harrington. Okay, wonderful. Do you have any written submissions for us? Okay. Okay. Okay, if you can just hold on to your comments, we just want to make sure the communication you provided is circulated in advance before you begin your remarks. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Please begin, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the members of Community Council. My name is Patrick Harrington. I'm counsel to the applicant. This is the applicant's second time here with respect to an application for 615, 617 Yonge Street. A previous application for a hand-painted sign had been approved by the Sign Variance Committee. It had been considered by this Community Council, and a recommendation of refusal was put forward to Council, which was adopted. This is a revised application that again went to Sign Variance Committee, has again been approved by Sign Variance Committee, and a referral has again been brought before you today. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on the context of the revised proposal, because a lot of work has gone into trying to come up with a proposal that is more sympathetic to the location of this particular building than was the first application. What you see in the first page is an excerpt from a Heritage Architects report that accompanied the application. And what's depicted there is a historic photograph of the Yonge Street corridor in question. And as you'll see outlined in red, signage played a large role in creating the character of this particular area. You'll see a lot of awning signs, a lot of what we call now projecting signs, overhanging signs, and upper story signs facing the street all along the corridor. So in my submission, and this is recognized in the Heritage District Plan that was ultimately adopted by Council, signage does play a role in this area, and signage is welcome within this heritage context. What the Heritage Conservation District Plan encourages is that you look backwards for the form and design of your particular application, and that is what my client has attempted to do. The next photograph is a picture of the building in 1924. It was not used for signage at that time. However, if you advance the clock to 1953, our Heritage Architects researching the city's archives produced the following photo. This is a photo taken looking south at Bloor Street at Yonge Street. It certainly looks a lot different today. But if you zoom in on that red spot, which is the location of this particular building, and this is a photograph that wasn't included in staff's presentation, you will see that on this particular site, there was, at one time in 1953, a first-party hand-painted letter sign advertising Associated Medical Services, Inc. That was the use of the property historically for signage within the corridor. It was a hand-painted upper story sign advertising at what was at that time a tenant of the building. And that is where my client's inspiration for its revised application has been taken from. Advancing the application forward into the 1980s, you will see how the property was used for signage subsequent to that. There was granted by City Council a third-party permit in the form of a mural permit, which permitted a hand-painted sign, which ultimately evolved into a vinyl sign and was operated as a third-party location for approximately 20-25 years. The next picture shows the location. This is a snapshot from 2013 showing what the building looks like without signage. There's a differentiation in the materials on the side of the building such that it seems to be a blank canvas, which my client obviously worries becomes a blank canvas for potential graffiti artists if appropriate use is not made of the side of the building. The next series of slides are taken from Google Earth. These are shots I understand would have been taken by Google last summer. And what you're looking at is a corridor shot looking up Yonge Street from approximately 645 Yonge Street. You'll see in the middle of the picture a painted sign on a second story facing downward through the street. It's of a marijuana plant, and there's a marijuana-inspired shop at that particular location. You'll also note some of the first-party signage along the side here extending up above the second story. Turning the camera around and looking down the street, you will see, again, signage at levels. This is a sign for Home Fitness on the side facing the side street. The big yellow sign in the middle of the street is the sign that was erected at the subject building at the midpoint of last summer. That is obviously not the sign we're seeking approval for today. The next sign shows another building just south of the subject site. You can see the subject site is the brown building in the midpoint here. And here we have the building, the business operating out of the building is Seduction. And you can see the number of first-party signage erected both at the top of the building, the midpoint of the building, the overhanging sign, the sign facing the front, and the window signage. There was a comment made in the staff report about the number of signage that would be at this building, but in my submission, it's not out of keeping with what was seen currently in the area. This is another picture taken just further up Yonge Street, again looking at the site here. You can see the third floor banner ad erected here, and also right on the top of this building is a V-shaped third-party roof sign displaying third-party advertising, which is almost immediately beside the building in question. So there's a large sign at that level, not that far down the street. What my client has put together with the help of its heritage architect is the mock-up shown in front of you. The sign measures 4 meters by 5.75 meters and extends from the 5th and 6th floors. There were comments the last go-round that the sign was too high and too big, and certainly effort has been made to try to accommodate that. The proposal also comes with the offer to re-articulate the brick. As you recall from the previous photo, the brick had been painted white. It would be to restore the brick in this area and to make use of the brick as under the Heritage District Plan. Certainly there is a test under the Heritage District Plan for the erection of this type of signage, and that test is to look backwards for the format of that sign. There is in the materials the report of the ERA architects saying that we do comply with the Heritage District Plan that has been adopted. And in my submission, this is the type of effort that this Community Council should be encouraging first-party advertisers to go through, to hire a heritage architect, to go through the city's archives, to find historical precedents, and to try to mirror those precedents in a modern articulation. And we hope that this type of effort will find favor with the Community Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of our speaker? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? So if you were not able to make your submissions, that is unfortunate.
Point of order?
There is no point.
I think the deputant's confused. The deputant had an opportunity to speak after all other public deputations, but not after we speak.
I believe I was to be accorded 3 minutes as a final submission, and then it would be brought into committee. If I was at 7 minutes, I think I would still have 60 seconds.
What should I do? Okay. So it's been clarified for me that if there were other speakers after you spoke, then you would have 3 minutes in addition to respond. But considering you were the only speaker on this item, then there is no additional 3 minutes for you, because you don't get to respond to another set of speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Thank you very much. So if there's no questions to staff, then, and there is no one else to speak, then I would just simply move to move the staff recommendations. This item has been before us before, as noted by the speaker, and he's even noted by the staff. And I think that what we have heard from the staff presentation was fairly clear. And I don't necessarily need to go through it all again, but if I were to go through it all again, I would say that staff have said that this particular application does not meet a number of criteria. They meet certainly some, but not all of them. Criteria is not met include that it is not compatible with the development on the premise and surrounding areas. Staff have also stated that this does not support the official plan objectives of the property in the surrounding area, and that it is also sorry. So with that, I would just draw that we would adopt the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation to us today is the City Council refused to grant the variances requested to Chapter 694, 21-5, subsection 5A, required to allow the issuance of a permit for the erection and display of one non-illuminated first-party wall sign on portions of the northern-facing wall on the 5th and 6th stories of the building on the premise municipally known as 615 to 617 Yonge Street at a height of 20.6 meters, containing one sign face displaying static copy with a vertical dimension of 5.75 meters and a horizontal dimension of 4.0 meters. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand to indicate your support. That is adopted. We can call for a recorded vote. So if I can see all members of council with their hands indicated in the air to indicate the support for the staff recommendations, Councillor Davis, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon. Thank you very much. Okay. We have some items well, there's still some items at 11 o'clock. Yeah, if I can, there's actually just 3 left. I think we can get through them fairly quickly. The first one is 21.16. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, and I'd
Councillor
like
McMahon?
to, I had asked to stand down 21, T 21.25, and I do have one deputy to speak to that from this morning, and I'd love to get it out of the way.
Oh, so you want to have that item dealt with now? Is that
Yes,
what
if
you're
we
saying?
could, yeah. I stood it down, but ready to,
Okay, and you
Bring it
have
back
one
up.
speaker for the item, is that correct? Okay. And this is an item from 10:30, 11 o'clock?
it had no time, but we were going to deal with it first thing, or this morning. It was the second item
Yeah, actually, Councillor McMahon, what I'd like to do is clear the order paper for the initial morning item meetings, and then what I'll do is I'll take some quick releases. How's that? And that could be a quick release. We'll deal with it right
one
after. is what
speaker.
I was
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So now we're heading to TE 21.16, residential demolition application 1040 and 1042 Queen Street West, Ward 19. Any speakers? Seeing none, okay.
I'll move the staff recommendation to deny the application.
Okay, all those in favor of the staff recommendations? That is adopted. TE 21.17, residential demolition applications. Sorry, I'm just gonna, we need a little conference back here.
I believe I indicated to deny the application for the, thank
So
you.
just to clarify, TE 21.16, residential demolition application, 1040 to 1042 Queen Street West. The motion was to deny the application, correct, Councillor? Okay, and I think everyone knew that when we voted. Okay. TE 21.17, residential demolition applications, 40 to 58 Widmer Street. Any speakers to this item? No, seeing none. Ward 20.
I have an amendment, if it could be put on the screen. This is amendment is for recommendation 2 to approve the application. So with the amendment, I'm happy to move the recommendation number 2 to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion on the screen. All those in favor? Okay, that is adopted, so passed. TE 21.18, residential demolition application, 12 Balsam Road. There are speakers on this item. I see one so far. 2 names have been struck out. I believe Paul Sheridan and John Crayley are off the list, but we do have a Brian Hagood. Haygood, sorry, sir. Okay. Sure. Okay.
On behalf of for them.
So just to clarify for members, it's 21.18, and it's a demolition application.
Madam Chair, if I could just very quickly ask if the speakers for item 149 Manning Avenue, which is the next item up, if they're in attendance yet, I'll come and see you just right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Great. Please begin. You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Clock's on your left.
So our clients are Paul and Patricia Sheridan. Since 2008, they've been residing at 8 Balsam Road, which is right next door to the subject property here, 12 Balsam Road. They purchased number 12 2 years ago with the intent of merging the 2 lots, removing the house at number 12 and replacing it with an addition onto their house, number 8. This site has a couple of particular constraints that we feel make adding addition in this way makes sense. It backs directly up onto the Glen Ravine, so a rear addition is not possible. And we think that adding, say, a 3rd floor or something like that wouldn't really be keeping it within the context of the neighborhood. So we really feel that taking this relatively small house down and replacing it with a small addition onto number 8 is a modest means of enlarging our client's house. This proposal has been over the past year. We've been seeking approval from the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. We have that in principle. From Urban Forestry, we also have their approval in principle. We are now have applied to the Committee of Adjustment for those minor variances that are required to carry this out. Just to emphasize, the intent here is only to remove the building if all those approvals are formally gotten, including a building permit. Otherwise, we have no intent of tearing down this house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to our speaker? No? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Any other speakers for this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No? Questions to speak? Request to speak?
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So I would like to move recommendation 2 to approve.
Okay. There's a motion before us. All those in favor, please indicate your support. Okay, that is adopted. Thank you.
Are you going to clear off quick items?
Yeah, as I was going to say, as promised, we're going to sort of deal with some of the quick items. I believe that Councillor McMahon has an item But before we get to Councillor McMahon's item, are there any other councillors who are interested in releasing some items?
Yeah, I wish to release 55.
55?
Which is traffic calming on Grant Avenue. And to move the alternate recommendations. To install.
Okay, members, there's a motion before you on item number 55 from Councillor Fletcher. Everyone's had a chance to read that? All those in favor? Okay, that is adopted. Thank you.
And then item 76.
Okay, can you just hang on tight for a second? We're just going to take another vote on that. It's item number TE 21.55. Traffic calming on Grant Street, motion by Councillor Fletcher to install. Okay, all those in favor? That doesn't change the vote, and it is again adopted.
And then
Wonderful.
76, which I tabled today, the motion to have a status report. Just like to move that.
Okay, this is item number 76, councillors, 462 Eastern Avenue Development, former Western Bakery site. All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter? Okay. Anything else? Quick release? Okay, sorry, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, then Councillor
No, I'd just
Cressy.
like to ask that the deputant, after Councillor McMahon's item, that with the deputant, that we have the 485 Logan that I spoke about this morning, which was the non-timed item.
What time,
Item 31.
Okay.
What item, Mary Margaret?
Now, you guys don't want to take advantage of a new chair, because I see you trying to reorder yourselves. Is that it for you, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. Item 21.52, speed hump poll results, Albany Avenue. I can now move the alternate recommendations, and there's a motion on the screen.
Okay, all those in favor? Hands up. Okay, that is adopted. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Cressy?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mike?
Nothing. That. Ooh, my mic is on. Ooh.
Okay. You're done? Okay, thank you. Councillor Fragedakis?
It's item TE 21.54, traffic calming on Crookshank Avenue, and I was going to be moving the alternate recommendations, which are on the screen.
Okay, there's a motion on the screen. Members indicate your support. Raise your hand, please. That is adopted. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, just because we release your items quickly doesn't mean you get to go. Just wanted to state the obvious. Councillor McMahon, we're ready to deal with your item now.
All right, so I have one, I think one deputation on. And if everyone wants to come up, you can sit up with the deputation. Thanks. This is a really beautiful story. Dad died of ALS. So we named the park.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMahon. I appreciate the opportunity of addressing you today. This is on the topic of the renaming of a park that is currently in Upper Beach Estates. It was formerly the William Hancock's Park, named after a police officer who had passed away, been murdered. The request now is to rename the park Bob Acton Park. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm a lawyer in Toronto. My name is Paul Pellman. I'm on the board of the Ted Reeve Hockey Association, and I operate their Little League program there, known as the Tyke program. I brought with me today also
Yes, sorry, if I can get the rest of the speaking in the room to a volume that I cannot hear, so therefore I can hear the speaker who has come out to speak to us. Please, sir, please continue.
Thank you so much. My name is Paul Pellman, and I brought with me today Reed Acton, who is Bob Acton's son. Just a little bit about Bob Acton. Bob died in June of this past year, 2016, from Lou Gehrig's disease. Bob is a beach resident lifetime who has been very involved in the issue of children, athletics, particularly hockey, baseball, lacrosse, for many years, approximately 20 to 25 years. He is someone who is well known to the community. So I think about the issues that are involved in the renaming of a park. And I suggest to you that Bob Acton, who has made a very unique contribution to children in particular, has demonstrated excellent courage and exceptional dedication to service to our community. That he is an inhabitant of the community, born and raised in the community. He lived, down the street from this particular park, literally down the street. That he's provided exemplary community service to this community for over 20 years. He has affected and impacted the lives of many children and parents until recently, and that his deeds are of really an outstanding professional manner, such that I think that when we look at that park, and that park is well used down the street from where I live, that the name Bob Acton has a massive amount of goodwill, that people remember Bob and the role that he played in the lives of so many voluntarily, not just for compensation. And I hope that you will seriously consider this request for a man who fought the good fight, but who regrettably passed on at the age of 60 far too early. Those are my comments.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
As far as I know, there are no more speakers on this item, is that correct? Because we had, okay. Great, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor McMahon to speak?
Sure, and I have a motion to move on this, but I just want to clarify right away, this has been confusing. There is no, this park has no name, so it's not a renaming, it's a naming, and it is not, it was never called, it's not William Hancock's Park. There is a Bill Hancock's Park in Scarborough, named after a fallen police officer as well. This no-name park is on William Hancock's Avenue, so we have two things named after the fallen police officer. So I just want to clarify that so no one gets confused or upset. This is a park with no name. You may recall that we have discussed No Name Park over the years here, and we have gone through different iterations, and the community did come up with a whole slew of names, and they finally voted on Upper Beach Gardens, which was a little strange for park staff because there are no gardens there. So it was going to be Upper Beach Gardens Park. But anyways, we have, unfortunately, one of our beach legends passed away. And we, the community has spoken loudly and clearly that they, and we all are supportive of this, would like to name our park after our beloved mentor. Bob Acton lived in the neighborhood. He coached most of the kids. He mentored them, not only in sports and health, but on nutrition. I will say that all of the McMahons eat chia seeds because of Bob Acton. And he was a very well-loved figure in our community. So I am happy to name the park after him. We do have to pass this motion, excuse me, because he has not been deceased for 2 years. So it will go to council, where I hope to get unanimous support. So I love your support. Thank you. And thank you to the deputants, especially his son Reed, for coming today.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMahon, and thank you for clarifying, actually, that it did not have a previous name. It was a little bit confusing in the staff report. Are there any questions to the mover? No? Anyone else to speak? No? Okay. All those in favor of the motion before us? Okay, and that is adopted. Thank you very much. And
Thank you so
sir,
much.
for coming out.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations. Item 31.
Actually, what I'd like to do, just because we're, actually, you know what, we can do that?
Yep, we can.
Because we are ahead of the 2:30 items. So, moving to item TE 21.31, this is, yes, that did get adopted. 485 Logan Avenue. Any speakers? Just so members know, after this particular item, we're going back to the 2:30 items, and we don't have a very long agenda today, so we should be able to move through the rest of it very quickly. I'm going to request that there be no more deviations of the order paper. Okay. You can begin, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Tony Whitaker. I'm here representing several homeowners and also commercial owners in the community of Logan and Girard. We are opposed to the rezoning application. Currently, this site, as you can see on here, is a cash and carry commercial site that's being changed to a residential, which, by the way, we do not disapprove of. We like the idea of having residential here. But as you can see around this particular, the square in the middle, on the north side, you have two-story townhouses on Girard with commercial. On the east side, you have single-family homes on the lane. On the south side, you have two-story townhouses, which have a neighborhood designation. And across the road, you have two-story townhouse, two-story homes, and a three-story commercial on the corner, where there's a restaurant on the main floor. The issue here is that the zoning currently allows for essentially 4 stories across the whole site, which would, it's 14 meters in height and 2.5 times coverage, which we find quite acceptable in terms of a mixed-use project with a gradual transition in the area. There are no high-rises within 100 yards of this. There are no high-rises at all, except for one seniors building south towards Dundas on the west side of Logan. So we are quite concerned here about the fact that the applicant wishes to put a 6-story apartment building, plus mechanicals, on the west side of the site facing Logan, which we think is totally inappropriate for all of the existing built form. I live in a new townhome infill project that was built 9 years ago, 1 block south of this, half a block south of this site, under the Part 3 of the building code, which allows for, as you probably know, 4 levels, 3.5 stories. And in fact, the applicant has asked for, on the east side of their site here, for a 4-story stacked townhouse building, which we approve of, we quite like. And we like it also to be on the west side of the particular site, because that does conform to the existing zoning in the neighborhood. And it also conforms to what the mixed, official plan calls a gradual transition of scale. Those would be my comments today. I also have one further thing. Councillor Fletcher will have a motion which we will support.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions to the speaker? No. Our next speaker is Mike Drop. Drawer. Okay, thank you. We also have John Butler. Is John here? Yes. Yes, please come to the front of the room, John.
Hi.
You're welcome. Just hit the button on the desk. The light will turn on. The microphone is on.
Okay.
And you have 5 minutes. The clock is on your left.
Okay, I won't need 5 minutes because a lot of what I wanted to say has been said by Tony already. The current zoning, the current building regulations that you guys and the province approved
They're all mine.
allow for rules that need to be obeyed and not just simply passed over every time someone goes with a new plan. What you've legislated for is coverage of 2.5. They're asking for 3.73 coverage, which is 1.5 times what it's supposed to be. They want a height of 23 meters. What's prescribed right now is 14 meters. So they're going quite a bit over what they wanted to do, and there's no explanation, no reason given for why this is going to improve our neighborhood. The letter we got from the city planner says about our neighborhood, it says the properties directly to the south, that's where I live at 212 First Avenue, are designated neighborhoods in the official plan, which are considered to be physically stable areas. Policy 2 of Section 2.31, Healthy Neighborhoods, states that developments in mixed-use areas that are adjacent or close to neighborhood will, 1, be compatible with those neighborhoods, and 2, provide a gradual transition of scale and density through the stepping down of buildings towards it and setbacks from those neighborhoods. The proposed development is not compatible with our neighborhood. There's no gradual transition going from our 2-story Victorian to the 7-story they're proposing to put 7 meters from my back door. The proposed development is simply too big for its location. The developer and the architect knew what the rules were before they made their proposal. There's no valid reason for letting them ignore the legislated guidelines. Allowing this project would have a serious negative impact on our neighborhood and on the value of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Are there any questions?
I have one question. Mr. Butler, do you know what the property sold for? It was
No idea.
very commercial. No. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this item? 45 Logan Avenue? No? Questions to staff? Councillor Fletcher?
No, I'm just going to move a motion.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher to speak then.
Thank you very much. This is a preliminary report. It isn't the final zoning report, and it will be going out for community consultation. I have a motion here, first of all, for the distribution of notices. Further, we'll figure out how far they're going to go. And the second one, of course, addressing a number of the issues that my residents have brought here today. In particular, the staff review and report back on the following: shadow impacts to the properties on First Avenue, appropriate transition and height and massing to the properties on First Avenue in order to respect and reinforce the neighborhood character, the proposals fit in relation to the heritage character of the Riverdale Heritage Conservation District in which this sits, traffic impact and parking supply and access, geological and hydrological concerns such as but not limited to soil and infiltration. In particular, there is development up the street which cannot have underground parking because there is water so close to the surface. So I'm sure that we will be getting that hydrological report. Other things here, but in particular that the working group be established. You can see that there's already very much interest from the neighboring properties who aren't opposed to development, but they want to see a development that they believe fits in the neighborhood, and I'm sure that's also our city goal, and that would be made up of the applicant, the city staff, residents in the area, and the ward councillor. Also, there was a letter or a petition that we received here. It was item number 1 in your correspondence, Madam Chair, for the members, which was signed by 42 local residents that asked for a number of things, looking at massing, looking at zoning, and that letter actually be forwarded to staff from TEYCC, and those issues be addressed for the community consultation meeting. So wrapping everything up into one big piece, that there's a lot of work, obviously, for our city staff to do prior to a community consultation meeting. Again, I'll reinforce that the neighbors aren't opposed to development. As a matter of fact, Mr. Whitaker moved into a new home across from Mr. Butler that fits very nicely into the neighborhood. So having a really great development in the neighborhood is something everybody is interested in, and I'm sure that the applicant will be willing to work with all of us to create something that we can all be really proud of and that will make the applicant successful and a better neighborhood overall. So with that, I'd move all of those motions today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the mover? This is a preliminary report. Okay. No questions of the mover. Anyone else to speak to the item? No? All those in favor of the motions before
Can I
us?
have a recorded vote, please?
Sure. Yep. All hands up to indicate support for the motions. For both votes, the amendments and the Okay, for both votes. Councillor Davis, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Fragidakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Bailao. That's to vote on the two items. And item as amended, do you want to?
Do you want a recorded vote on the item?
Councillor Fletcher, do you need a recorded vote on the item as amended? Okay, thank you very much. Item as amended adopted. Okay, heading into items timed at 2:30. TE 21.20, application for fence exemption 149 Manning Avenue. There are speakers on this item. Is Peter Didiano here? Okay, sir, please, oh, hey, we know you. Please come to the front of the room.
I believe that the speakers don't need to speak at this time, although if you could call for additional speakers, I still don't see the applicant in the room. To be honest, I don't know what they
The
look like.
second speaker on this list is Rosemary Stobie.
Yeah, they're together.
Oh, okay, I see. Are there any other speakers who would like to speak to this item?
There's someone there.
Oop.
Okay,
Hello.
great. Did you register? Can please identify yourself and come to the front of the room. The clerk will also need to get you registered. If there are any speakers, are there any members of the public who are interested in speaking to the item? If you've not identified yourself yet to our clerk and administrator, please do so that they can update my speakers list.
Perhaps if I could hold this item down just to speak to the applicant, then I can get a better idea of what we might be able to.
Thank you very much. Then we're going to move on to TE 21.21, front yard parking appeal, 226 Hillsdale Avenue East. Any speakers to this particular item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? No. Okay, speakers? Councillor Matlow, Ward 22.
I'll move the alternate recommendation.
Okay. Oh, is that? Yes, sorry. Councillor, any questions of the mover? No. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Perks?
I'll move the staff recommendation to deny.
Okay.
And Councillor,
Yes?
if I could, to speak on the item.
Sure, of course.
Just, if I could bring attention to the group on page 3 of 7, paragraph 3, comments from our forestry department that there is a tree fronting this location and that urban forestry have determined that the proposal has a negative impact on the tree in question and urban forestry would not support the proposal. Thank you.
Any other speakers? No. So our first motion is from Councillor Matlow. Hands indicate support, and this is to approve. Can I see a show of hands? 1, 2, 3. And those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That fails. Councillor Perks' motion, which is the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Okay. Do we need a count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those opposed? Okay, that is 2 against, and that wins. Okay. Item TE 21.22, front yard parking appeal, 2 Plains Road. Calling speakers, Linda Baldwin. Hi, Linda. Welcome. Great. The clock is on your left.
Yeah.
And you have 5 minutes, and you can begin at any time.
Okay. So we are applying for front yard parking. I'm Linda Baldwin, one of the owners of 2 Plains Road. There are 2 reasons, or 2 main reasons why we're applying for front yard parking. First of all, our current parking is situated off a public laneway. It is, in my mind, very dangerous. I do work late at night. I have to get out of my car, open the gate, park the car, close the gate. If you know the area as well, there is a cafe that backs onto that laneway that that people are sitting at. It is a public lane. If people realize my schedule, they can determine when I'm going to be coming home late at night. So that, to me, is a safety concern. Also, recent event, there was a fatal shooting on Don Lands Avenue. It was a night that I came home late, and it rose through my mind as to what would have happened if if I drove into that situation, if it was in the laneway. It scares me that, I'm sorry. The second one is that trucks block our entrance as well. I do have the Toronto Star report of this shooting and pictures of trucks that have blocked our entranceway. That makes it hard for school drop-offs and pickups. There is no parking on Plains Road, so it is very difficult for me to try to get parking, drop off, and if there is a truck blocking there, I have to go locate that driver to get them to move the truck. So basically, those are the two main reasons why we are applying for front yard parking at this point, and I hope that they are strong enough to move this to an approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions of our speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none. Any questions of staff? Councillor Perks.
Just to staff, if I'm right, there is already a legal parking spot on this property? Is that correct?
There's an open parking space at the rear of the property through the gates from the laneway.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm going to move the alternate recommendation, and I'm sure that Councillor Perks will move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Perks, will you fulfill that expectation?
I exist to fulfill Councillor Fragedakis' expectations.
Okay.
So yes, I'll be moving the staff recommendation to deny.
Anyone else to speak? No? Okay, we're ready to vote. Can I get the council members into their chair? First motion is from Councillor Fragedakis, and that is to approve. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3 members, and those opposed, please raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That loses 3 to 6. Alternatively, Councillor Perks' motion. Oh, sorry, which is the staff recommendations to deny. Those in favor of Councillor Perks' motion, staff recommendations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed. 1, 2 and a half, 3. Someone is abstaining? Okay, I see 3. And that wins, that's adopted 6 to 3. Thank you very much. Okay, I am going to move to TE 21.49, road alteration, Center Avenue, Chestnut Street. We do have registered members of the public to speak. Sorry. I apologize. I just realized I jumped an item. Thank you, Clerk, for clarifying. Stay in your chairs, those from Infrastructure Ontario. TE 21.23, front yard parking appeal, 45A Ben Lamont Avenue. We do have one person who's registered to speak, Claudio Corrado. Yes, sir. Corrado. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and begin any time, please.
Okay. I just want to stress a few points. I want to stress the point that the result of the poll was 29-7 in favor. I want to also stress the fact that I don't require a ramp because I already have legal access to a laneway, and the parking spot will be entirely on my own property. I meet all the criteria with the exception of the fact that parking is permitted on my side of the street, which is similar to a parking appeal on the 13th of October, 252 Glenrose. I mean, right-of-way management recommended approving the parking appeal. in that case, but it's the same with the exception of the fact that I have that parking is allowed on my side of the street, otherwise it'd be exactly the same, whereas in the sense that I have a ramp, legal access to a ramp. I don't need a ramp to be built for this parking, and the parking spot was entirely on his property. Also, there's 5 other properties on Benelmont Avenue that already have front yard parking. Currently the situation is 2 of my tenants have cars, and one of them is parking at my next to my neighbors on my neighbor's property. I rent a spot from the neighbor, and the other tenant has no parking. I wanted to move the tenant's car. It's a little Rio. It's not a big car. From the spot that I rent onto the spot I have proposed on my property, and then move the other tenant's car on my neighbor's property and continue paying rent for that car. Yeah, I meet all the landscaping and setback requirements. I think I've covered everything pretty much. Also, my tenants have told me that it is hard to find parking on the street at night on Benelmont Avenue, and that would also alleviate that factor for my tenant. And yeah, I think that covers it. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of our speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this item? No? Okay. Questions of staff? Councilors to speak? Councilor, oh, okay. Councilor Perk, questions of staff?
Am I reading this correct, that in the parking zone 9C where this property resides, there are over 600 unused on-street permits?
Sorry, what was the 600 you mentioned?
In this, on the staff report, I think where it says other factors, I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly, that within this parking area 9C, there are 600 fewer permits allocated than there are on-street parking spaces? Is that right? Over 600?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to ask questions? No? Okay. Councilor McMahon to speak.
Thank you. I move staff recommendations.
Okay. Great. All those in favor of, any questioners of the mover? No? Anyone else to speak? All those in favor of Councilor McMahon's motion? Okay, that is adopted. Thank you very much. Now we're moving to TE 21.49, road alterations, Center Avenue and Chestnut Street. We do have speakers Max Allen, Judith Harris, and Eric Turcotte.
Madam Chair, which order would you like it to be in? Should the proponent, that is Infrastructure Ontario, go first?
No, actually, sir, you would go first.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we're item number 49. And where's Councillor Bailao? Oh, I see her. Okay. I see her. Okay. Please begin when you're ready.
Councillors, good afternoon. I'm Max Allen. I'm the Vice President for Planning and Development of the Grange Community Association, which is just on the other side of University Avenue. This is the courthouse site. We have a slide up here. Many of you can see it out of your office window. The red line is Center Avenue. The red enclosed building is the Textile Museum of Canada, which abuts the property. The building envelope of the proposed courthouse, at a maximum of 44 residential stories, was approved by council in July. Today, the road alteration question is how the streets around the site will work, and especially Center Avenue. Courthouse security issues are certainly important. As you know, the courthouse has no public parking or any parking for its 1,145 employees, largely because of concern for security. But in addition, we, the Grange Community Association, have identified 17 unresolved issues around the site, and you'll see that our letters are in your binders. We have suggested how these issues could be addressed to maintain the public realm and cultural heritage benefits which have already been secured by TE 17.12 in July. There are conflicting ideas about how these issues could be resolved, and I understand very well that there are divergent views about effective procedures. However, there's one financial issue that council may want to address today, and it's this. How does the city intend to recover the annual loss of street parking revenue on Center Avenue alone of $231,580.80? If you look in your binder on page 2 of the proposal of the motion that's before you now, you'll see that figure of 231,000 plus. The amount is set out in the road alteration staff report in the second paragraph that's headed financial impact. That's $231,000 each year, not just during construction, but every year thereafter. Usually staff reports that come to council note when projects will have no financial impact on the city. This one is different. It does not say this will have no financial impact on the city. It says it will have $231,000 impact each year henceforth. Will Infrastructure Ontario pay it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to our speaker? No? Then our next speaker is Judith Harris.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of the Textile Museum of Canada. And as Mr. Allen just mentioned, we are right beside the site of the new courthouse. And so will be fundamentally affected by whatever changes are made to the streetscape. We're not opposed at all to improvements to the streetscape, but we just wanted to go on record and say we're there. We're very much affected. We are very interested. We've been in existence for over 40 years. We've been at this particular site for about 27 years. We have a collection of over 13,000 artifacts that are an amazing, precious, irreplaceable collection of artifacts. And we have hundreds of people coming and going from our museum regularly. We have the public, we have our staff, we have our volunteers, and we have school groups coming and going. So we're very concerned about continued easy and safe access to and from the museum, and just wanted to, as I say, go on record, ask that we be kept informed and have the opportunity to comment and provide input as the changes progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other, are there any speakers to, sorry, are there any questions to the speaker? No? Are you also interested in speaking? Because you're already at the front, so you have 5 minutes if you like.
I am here just to support the Textile Museum as a volunteer for the public profile that this development could give to the museum, which at this point is somewhat off to the side.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Our next speaker is Eric Turcotte. Turcotte. When you're ready, Eric, you have 5 minutes. The clock is on your left.
Great. Thank you very much, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm speaking today on behalf of Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of Attorney General, and obviously to bring support to the staff recommendation for the road alteration that's in front of you today. The reason why we, of those road alteration that we are proposing, that are being proposed by city staff, is to help to actually enhance the public realm around the area and really to complete the entire civic realm of the precinct. It's what we're doing. It's really building on the approval of the rezoning application that came to you back in June. And so today it's really a refinement of what the curbs alignment could be. What these curbs, what this modification to a roadway does, it's really allowed for the improvement of the public realm, improvement of wider sidewalks, being able to plant trees in positive environments so they can actually live and grow quite large, improving the pedestrian crossings across the district. And again, it's about being able to complete the public realm. And this is in due part because the public realm, we're working with city staff, and we've been working very closely with them to understand what is the ultimate condition that we want to see to complete the public realm. That would extend from Dundas Street along Center and Armory Street and along Armory Street on the south side. The proposal, as you could see, will actually see a lot more tree planting. There's going to be enhanced materials. There's going to be place for new bicycle ring, for additional tree bench. So we're actually creating the optimal condition to enhance the public realm here. And the reason, too, we're doing this is because we're currently, as part of the new Toronto Courthouse implementation, we are in the bidding phase, and we need to inform the bidders, the two teams that are currently designing and costing the element associated with the Toronto Courthouse. We want to make sure that there's a level of certainty and they understand what it is that the City of Toronto wants as public realm improvement. So this is something that it's very important because we're trying to bring certainty that if you were working with a contractor, you want to be able to tell them what is it that you desire. You want to be precise. In terms of the concern that were brought forward with the transportation issues, those were all elements that were dealt with at the rezoning. So it's something that they have been considered, that they are dealt with, and they have been adopted as part of the rezoning of the site. So again, we think this is a great project. We've been very happy to work with city staff on this great initiative. And again, we think it's a fantastic opportunity to complete the public realm in the way that Toronto citizen wants to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the speaker? No? Okay. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Any questions of staff?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, you'd like to speak?
Yes, if I may, yeah.
Yes, you can. You'd like to speak to that item. We're going to also make sure you check in with the clerks afterwards, and if you can just state your name, and I'll start the clock for you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Samir Gulamani. I'm counsel for The Neighbor, which is the hotel property known as the Doubletree Hotel, just to the north of the site. It's abutting. Our interest in the proposal is that currently we have many tour groups who come from outside the city for tourism, who actually stay at our hotel, and they park in the area that would be affected by this proposal. They not only produce revenue for the city by paying parking fees, but they also contribute to the economic environment of the city of Toronto by staying at our property and visiting the many attractions that we have. So we just want to go on record to put that into the mind of the councillors for whatever it's worth.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. Okay, and I did ask if there were any questions of staff, and I don't see any, but I think I will ask just a couple of questions. I've started my clock already. With respect to the concerns of lost parking and the revenues, can staff speak to that matter? I mean, we are getting wider sidewalks. There's significant improvements. Would you say that this is also a significant trade-off when you actually widen sidewalks and improve the public realm?
Madam Chair, the road alteration is necessary in order to widen the public realm and the boulevards around the courthouse and along the entire block to achieve some of the urban design, tree planting, and pedestrian space objectives. The loss of the pay and display parking along Center Avenue is simply a trade-off that has to be accommodated in order to achieve those widened boulevards.
So therefore, it's really a question of if we choose to keep the paid parking onto the street, then there is no possibility to widen the boulevards. You can't have the planting conditions for the trees. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And with respect to concerns about the accommodations of parking facilities within the neighborhood, you have 17 spots that are lost in exchange for a number of trees and a wide, improved public realm. But do we have enough capacity here within the parking lot at even City Hall? Because the site in question is really the parking lot that's directly behind this building right now. Are we able to accommodate those 17 spaces elsewhere? There's a Green P parking lot, I believe, north of Dundas. There's also the Green P lot under Nathan Phillips Square.
Madam Chair, in terms of the parking demands, one, the parking that's displaced by the loss of the 17 spaces, as well as the other parking demand generated by the courthouse, it's been demonstrated to our satisfaction that there is capacity in the area to absorb those parking demands, both at City Hall, the parking underneath City Hall, and in the immediate vicinity.
Okay. And with respect to the quality of the improvements that will be put into the public realm, the sidewalk widening and the tree planting is not simply along the sidewalks that is adjacent to the courthouse property. It's significantly larger than that. Can you describe and give us a sense of the scope of this work?
Yes, Madam Chair. The scope of the work is to go all the way up both Center and as well up to Dundas, up to Dundas Street. So it includes the full design of both sides of the street as well as Armory, and there will be a cost-sharing agreement with respect to the portions of the street that are not directly in front of the courthouse.
I believe you're also going to be looking at the realignment of the intersections. Is that correct? So the intersection that touches Armory and Chestnut.
Yes, the intersection where the parking garage, the exit from the parking garage from Nathan Phillips Square has been identified as an important pedestrian realm improvement, and that intersection will be part of this proposal as well.
Is there any adverse effect of us delaying the approval of this staff report today?
Yes, it's very important that this proposal be approved by council because it's going to be part of the matters that will be bid on by the two proponent companies who are bidding on the overall courthouse design, because we want them to cost that into their bid proposals.
So are we at the risk of losing some of these improvements if we don't get it into the tender process?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No other questions? Anyone to speak? No, then I will just, I'm going to move the staff recommendations and also to thank the community for coming out to share their concerns. And I want to express to you and those from the Textile Museum and the community is that this is a public realm and a public project that's garnered a lot of interest. We've now talked about Indigenous placemaking. We've talked about the history of the ward, the St. John's ward. We've also talked and explored the history of the Black history in Toronto as it began in this particular neighborhood. A lot of those considerations are actually being fed through the public realm and design process. Nothing is being accelerated without careful consideration. If you take a look at the conditions now on Chestnut, on Armory, as well as on Center Avenue, I think we can all agree that that is not simply the way that we want the face of government or even the back doors of government to look like. But yet, that is a pre-existing condition that has been in place for some time. And so where there is an opportunity here, I think, is to actually work with the hotel, work with the Textile Museum to elevate the overall experience of the street so that there is no longer this sort of back alley condition that exists on Chestnut on Center Avenue, which is what we have currently today. I don't recall, and I have a lot of applications in my community, but I don't recall an application where we have such willingness from a proponent that is willing to not just improve the condition directly in front of their property, any public lands adjacent to them, but they've gone above and beyond. And so not only are they improving the streets that directly touch their site, they're improving the streets directly across. And then where their properties don't even touch land, they're continuing to go all the way north to Dundas. My only regret, as I take a look at some of the proposals in the public realm strategy, is I couldn't get to Dundas. And that's certainly, that's probably going to be a phase 2 effect. But what I think we'll be left with, members, is a tremendous gift to the city, because the Textile Museum will then have a brand new opportunity to face outward onto the street, and so will the hotel and all the other properties that currently line up on the street. And one of the things that we heard on multiple occasions, it was on repeat occasion, one of the things that we heard from the community when we had our local meetings was, please don't treat the street like a back alley. Do not treat us like a loading bay or simply as a service street. Give us far more respect than we are currently getting today, and that's what you see as a response from Infrastructure Ontario and the architectural consulting team that they have hired. So that means, yes, we will lose 17 parking spots, but I don't think it's actually a loss, because what I see is a significant gain in a multi-million-dollar public realm plan that would be very hard to replicate if we were to simply give priority access to parking on the street. We're getting much, much more than we are giving up by every single measure and account. So thank you very much for your patience. I recognize this was a long day for you, but I'm glad that we had this discussion. So before you, members, is the staff report. All those in favor? Okay, and that is adopted. Thank you very much. Now, I know that Councillor Bailao would like to introduce a new item.
Yes,
And,
Madam. You want to introduce and vote on it? It's been circulated in advance. Most of you are familiar. I had the same pilot project last term, and hoping just to bring a few of these issues back to standard and to make sure that people are paying their fees.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bailao. I'm going to ask that we don't vote on it just
Okay.
yet, only because I know that this has just been put down on the desks of the members, but we will vote on it shortly. I want everyone to have a chance to read it, but Councilor Bailao had a chance to introduce it and explain it briefly. Oh, yes, but we do have to vote on the introduction of it as a new item of business. All those in favor? Yes, thank you very much. That is adopted.
Madam Speaker,
and
I have
introduced.
item 65, whenever you want me to release it. I think staff and I are.
Actually, we're almost ready. We've got just a few items left. Are we ready to deal with item number 20, the application for fence exemption 149 Manning Avenue? That belonged to Councillor Layton. He had stepped out to speak to. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Are you ready?
It is with my deepest regrets that I will have to move a motion to defer this for one cycle. We were unable to contact the applicant or the neighbors prior to this meeting, and all of them and then some showed up. And so we had to try to, we didn't want to broker it in 5 minutes, but it will be done at the next one.
Okay,
My apologies.
Thank you very much, Councillor. There's a motion to defer. All those in favor? That is adopted. Okay, we'll see you next month for that one. And so now we have items, we have item T 21.63, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I held that originally. I think the staff have made one minor adjustment, and there's a new addition. And if there's no questions, we're ready to vote on that as well. I know it's hard to read, and you got it. That's very impressive, Councillor McConnell.
To some of these events? Could I come? I voted for a class
Yeah.
trip.
So we know that we're gearing up for a very busy summer festival of events. Okay? All those in favor? And that is so adopted. Thank you. Okay, now we're at TE 21.65, appeal of the denial of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 1595 DuPont Street, Franklin Avenue flankage. Are there speakers?
Nope.
Nope, okay.
And I have a motion with a set of conditions, and so move approval of the patio with the conditions.
Okay, are there any questioners of the motion? Nope. Those in favor? Okay, that is adopted. Thank you. Okay, and so now if 3 minutes later, now we're ready to deal with item T 21.77, proposed amendments to Chapter 918, parking on residential front yards and boulevards to add a new term for the pilot project in the areas of the former City of Toronto and Ward 18. Councillor Bailao.
To say.
Okay. So if there's no questions and we're ready to vote on this as well, all those in favor of the recommendations in the letter?
Mary Margaret.
Hands up nice and high. Thank you. We're just extending. Okay, that is adopted. Those who are opposed. Is there anyone opposed? Oh, there's 2 people opposed. Still, it got adopted. No, I don't think we need a recorded vote. The vote wasn't close enough. Okay, so. Okay. No, not yet. Can I get an introduction and enactment of general bills and bill to confirm the proceedings of community council will be the last item.
So that the
Sorry,
Toronto,
members, can I just, members, we just need your patience for a second.
that the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 31 to 43 and 46 to 58, prepared for the January 17, 2017 meeting 21 of the Community Council.
All those in favor? Adopted. And Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. that the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw confirmatory bill, I put an extra syllable in that, to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 21 on January 17th, 2017.
Great, thank you very much. All those in favor? Okay, and the meeting is adjourned.